My name is Katie Dunker. I'm the statewide coordinator for Colorado Master Gardener Program with CSU Extension. So we're really excited to host this full day webinar. The online ability to give access to a lot of people is amazing, and we're expecting over 200 on the webinar today. So looks like we've already hit that number. Let's get going here. I want to give you just a few bits of information about today's webinar and introduce our panelists and instructor today. So today we're talking about Colorado gardening challenges, and I just could not think of a better song to kick us off than All Shades of Blue by singer-songwriter and Colorado-based farmer Gregory Allen Isaacoff. You know, there are a lot of challenges to gardening in Colorado, and we are going to uncover them all today. It could be depressing, but it will not be, because I think our speaker, Dr. Irene Shonle, is going to highlight a lot of the simple solutions and things that you can do to overcome these surmountable challenges that we have in Colorado. So let me say just a little bit more about Irene, and then I'll also introduce the other panelists, and we'll walk through the agenda for today. So Irene Shonle has worked for CSU Extension since 2002, where she was the director and natural resources and horticulture agent in Gilpin County, which I think sits at 9,000 plus feet elevation. So she is a very experienced mountain and high elevation gardener. However, she's currently the horticulture program associate for El Paso County. So she's moved south to a lower elevation in a totally different hardiness zone, probably different than many of us on the call today. She's worked extensively with helping people with gardening challenges and truly gardening in challenging areas. Also with forestry and fire issues, and she is a well-known native plants expert. She has a PhD in ecology from the University of Chicago, and we're just super lucky to have her with us today and with CSU Extension for the couple decades that you've been with us. She's a wealth of knowledge. Also with us today, the co-pilots, as these webinars have started to get, we've kind of gotten versed in this process. The co-pilots today are Kurt Jones. He's a CSU Extension County Director and Horticulture Agent in Chaffee County. He's also wearing another hat these days, serving as an interim Central Regional Director. And Yvette Henson, who's the CSU Extension County Director in San Miguel Basin. So you've got some folks on the call from all across our state, which is really nice. So you can answer very specific questions about mountain gardening and different challenges that people have, no matter where you are. It's going to be fun. All right, so let's take a look at the agenda, because it is a full day. This is our full day course. We only offer a couple of these. It's a nice break from the online curriculum, but it does pose a scheduling nightmare. So here's the schedule-ish overview for today. So the first part will be the challenges overview. We'll have a short break. Then Irene will dive into Firewise landscaping, followed by a 30-minute lunch. So take note of that. And then wildlife in the gardens and native plants will happen this afternoon, with a break in between the two. These breaks may fluctuate, but what I promise to do is give you a little bit of music to bring you back, so you can walk away from your computer and know that if you hear music, we're going to get started in the next 3 to 4 minutes. We are recording today's session, and that will be available to everyone via email or in the Canvas shell if you're a trainee with us. I do have some handouts that Irene got together. It was really gracious of her to do that, because typically we don't have a garden notes for this section specifically, but she has anticipated your requests for handouts. And so I'm just tidying those up a little bit, and I will send those out via email later today. And if you're a trainee with us, either a Colorado Master Gardener Apprentice or a certificate student, please know that there's a post-test in Canvas for you to complete following the class. Whether you're watching the recording or you're joining us live today, you can take that post-test anytime after you watch the course. All right, I think that's all the housekeeping. Irene, I'm going to turn this over to you, and let's get going here.
All right, thank you, Katie. I'm going to get this on full presentation mode. Okay, Thank you. So today we're going to talk about Colorado gardening challenges, but hopefully it will help as opposed to making you feel a little bit daunted by the situation. So wait, I need to get this minimized so that I don't block my, okay, sorry about that. So the first thing we sort of have to talk about is our climate consideration, just because, Colorado has kind of crazier climate than some of the other states. And so, and we have to kind of consider all the different things. And all of these will affect our gardens in different ways. So, and we'll talk about more of these, but, so we got hardiness zones, weather extremes, weather whiplash, intense sun, cold nights, short growing season, and low humidity. And of course, we also have hail and wind and fire, the things that the insurance companies hate about Colorado. So those are all big issues. And we also have hungry critters to contend with, and we'll be talking about those in the wildlife section. And, for some people, not everybody, there's also water rights, but there's also, water issues for everybody, especially as climate change and population increase is going to limit water availability. So I do want to turn you on, if you're not already aware of these, to the climate summaries that are in the garden notes. And so there's these are really good ways to kind of get to know your own gardening season. And it's not for every single city in there, but at least it's, gives you a certain sense of what is, what you're looking at in terms of sort of your, average highs, your average lows, the precipitation, the monthly snowfall, things like that. And then also, very importantly, when you're sort of maybe going to get stop having spring frosts, and when the first fall frost is probably likely to happen. And so these are just very helpful. They're at several different threshold degrees. So like cool season plants can start growing much earlier. And so you'll see that, if you're trying to grow something that is hardy down to 24, that, at least in Colorado Springs, you'd have only a 10% chance of hitting 24 degrees after May 1st. And then if you're going that low, that you only have about a, you wouldn't get to 24, and you'd have about a 10% chance as early as October 8th, but not, and then by the time you get to November 8th, you have pretty much a 90% chance of hitting that 24 degree. This also gives you the length of your frost-free season. So, and so I think this is very helpful. And then also, most of the climate summaries also have sort of like a time to plant some of the vegetables that you might have. And so these are also very helpful. So you can find these again in the garden notes. And so I just wanted to make sure that you're all aware of those. And then, so that's sort of the general climate, but then we've got weather. And, Colorado weather is so crazy that we see, I just pulled up some memes from the internet, where we've got, yesterday, today, Colorado where the weather's made up and the seasons don't matter. It's, this is such normal stuff for Colorado, and it does make it a little bit hard to plan. And even more on top of that, so we've got the little crazy weather with the springs, but we have some serious weather strings or dramatic weather swings. And so these are more dramatic than in a lot of other areas in the country. So you can see here that, we've had 76 degrees of difference within a 2 days period. So you go from these nice balmy temperatures down to sometimes even below zero within a 24-hour span. And you'll notice that we had one as recently as 2019. So our trees are still, a lot of our trees are still experiencing the effects of that. And, so spring, again, in Colorado is kind of one of those awkward times. I think in a lot of other more coastal states or coastal areas, you kind of get spring comes on and you don't get, these surprise freezes after these beautiful warm days. I think, in other states, although I haven't lived on the coasts, you get these like lovely it'll start to warm up and then it just stays warm. Whereas in Colorado, you get warm spring days, you totally get fooled, but then we'll get a hard freeze. And so that starts to bring out everything. And so like, just for example, that can be very hard on crops like fruit trees. And so just for example, last spring, we lost about 80% of the peach tree crop in Colorado due to a late freeze. So the warm temperatures kind of coax the buds to come out, and then the hard freeze, we lost them. And then of course, it can also freeze the tender vegetables. So if you get fooled and plant out your tomatoes too early, you will find that, they will get frosted. So, so just be cautious of spring and don't get fooled. And then in the summertime, the biggest thing can be hail. I mean, we'll put tornadoes aside because those are sort of even bigger and more infrequent events, but summer hail you can almost count on no matter where you are, and it can occur anytime in the summer months. And they can be devastating. I mean, it can strip leaves, it can damage bark, it can completely take out your vegetable garden, it can sometimes even kill trees. And so if you do experience summer hail, and we do have some fact sheets on this, but just, what you want to be doing is, just take out all the debris that's on the ground, remove any broken stems and leaves, and you can even like remove parts of leaves if you've got one part that really got damaged. And then look on woody plants for wounds and just where the underbark is exposed. And, you might want to consider applying a fungicide to prevent cytospora canker, which is very frequent, especially in things like fruit trees or cottonwoods or aspen. And you can feed the plants, especially if you've got perennials or vegetables, with a gentle fertilizer. You don't want to give them a strong fertilizer. And just know that probably, even no matter how bad it looks after a hailstorm, the perennials plants will probably survive. They may look, kind of shabby for a while, but they'll probably survive. But annuals and especially vegetable root crops, if it's early in the season, you may need to replant those. Also in the summer, we have very intense sun. And so because Colorado's higher up than most of the other states in the country, we have just less atmosphere protecting us from the sun. And so we also have less humidity, which also is protective factor. So we have a very intense sun, which is why, we get sunburned so easily here. But that also means that, we have increased evapotranspiration from the plants just because that sun is so intense, and also just increased direct evaporation from the soil, again, due to that intense sun. And so just be aware that like even some sun-loving plants, may need some shade, and things like lettuce and other kinds of plants may appreciate shade rather than full sun if you're thinking about a vegetable garden. And then moving on to fall, the fall freezes, those sudden temperature swings in the fall are the real killers because the trees haven't had time to get hardened off. So they actually undergo a physiological process to get themselves hardened off for the winter. And when you go from 70 to 10 or even lower, that can be really hard on particularly the trees. And so you end up with things like frost cracks or poor leafing out the following year. You get brown needles on evergreens. And sometimes a plant that's maybe not quite hardy enough for Colorado, you may actually have that might just die altogether because the shock to its system is just too much. And so, one of the protective things that you can do to avoid this is just to reduce watering later in the summer. And then also don't be applying things that are high in, any sort of fertilizer that's high in nitrogen, which would kind of promote the softer growth of the plants and sort of newer growth of the plants. So kind of think about tapering off all of that to get the plants to kind of get them to be a little bit more hardened off for fall. And then as we go into both the fall and into the winter, we get snows that are unpredicted. And so these are limb breakers. So particularly if we get snows that are in the late spring or the early autumn, when the leaves are out on the trees, then and we get the heavy wet snows, because in the spring and in the fall, the snows tend to be have a lot more moisture content to them just because the air is not as dry. And so the actual snow is pretty heavy. And so you end up with a lot of broken limbs. And so sometimes you can end up with, permanent scars on trees, or sometimes you can, lose the leader of the tree. So you can end up with like trees that have, maybe permanently not as good looking. And the trees actually might be smaller than normal if this happens at a regular basis. So, after we have like the damage from the freezes or the untimely snows, you tend to see a lot more tree diseases. And so always when you're seeing a tree issue, so whether you're a master gardener or green industry or whatever, when you are seeing a tree with an issue, think back to what the weather was maybe last fall. So even if you're talking about something that you're seeing in June, think about what happened this spring, but also think about what happened last fall, and that might help clue you into what's going on with the tree. So again, we might be seeing the broken limbs and that sort of thing, and that can be problematic for, many years. Maybe just the branch got weakened and then it's going to break off when the leaves come out. So something to consider here, just as you're thinking about planting, or if you're making recommendations to people, is to plant slower growing and less brittle trees. So think about lindens or oaks or conifers, and be less inclined towards things like maples and ash and Siberian elm, which are fast growers, but they tend to be a little bit more brittle and will have more effects from frost damage and untimely snows. So also in the winter, we tend to have dry spells. So people think of Colorado as being this like snow, if you get the postcard picture of Colorado, they think that we're all snowy and cold all winter. Well, no, we actually always have some midwinter dry spells. And if you're talking particularly about the Front Range, you have, like you can get up into the 60s in the middle of the winter, and you can have a stretch of time like that. And so the weather can be warm, it can be windy, and it's very low humidity. And so that actually dries out plants quite a lot. Evergreens in particular will tend to get winter desiccated, especially if it's windy. And so you can see, both with like the needled evergreens, but also broadleaf evergreens, if you have them, you'll see winter desiccation from things like that. So that's just a pretty typical thing. This also, though, could be a sign of like an untimely freeze in the fall. So it's a bit hard to know. But so untimely freezes and winter desiccation are two things to think about when you're seeing an evergreen that looks like this. But the reason that the evergreens tend to have to get winter desiccation is because they keep their leaves or needles throughout the winter. They are going to, every time it gets nice and warm and the ground starts to thaw, they're going to transpire, but usually the thaw of the ground is not very deep, and so they can't pull up more water from the ground because it's frozen. And so they're releasing moisture and can't replace it. So that's part of the reason that evergreens have issues. But on deciduous trees, you'll often see frost cracks and sun scald. And so that's especially on if you have a thin barked tree. And so what you want to do here, and that's, this is just a reminder, there'll be more in the tree class, but you want to be wrapping the trunks of younger trees right all the way up to the first branches using some sort of commercial tree wrap. And so you want to have that wrap on from about the end of November to mid-April. And then a funny concept for people who aren't used to living in Colorado is winter watering. So people don't really expect to have to water in the wintertime, and you put away all your hoses and you think, okay, I'm done for the year. Well, actually, it would be a really great idea if you can to water once a month from November until April, unless we've been getting some good snows. This is a little bit less critical at higher elevations where you tend to have a little bit more of a snow cover. But if you're at a lower elevation, or if you have an area where you don't have a lot of snow cover, think about winter watering. The most critical time to winter water are March and April, because that's actually when the new roots are forming on, especially on the woody plants. And so when you do winter water, choose, pick a warm day when it's not going to, when your hose is going to be able to operate. And so it should be about above 40 degrees, and at least that top bit of soil should be unfrozen. You want to water during the midday so it can actually soak in before it'll freeze at night. And then, pro tip, drain your hose afterwards so it doesn't get completely frozen up, so that then you can water the next month. The most critical items to water are any newly planted lawns, any newly planted tree, anything that's new planted, you want to give some winter water. But you can also consider watering established lawns and trees if it's in a really sunny, windy, or exposed area. You don't need to bother if you have a very xeric yard, so with cacti, succulents, if you have a buffalo grass lawn or a blue grama lawn or just anything that's really xeric, you probably can get away without winter watering. So what I'm trying to say is that we have a really uniquely tough combination of elements with our weather in Colorado. We've got low humidity, wind, and intense sun, and that makes it tough, especially to be a tree in Colorado. And so that's why when you see the old pictures of, especially again like the Front Range area, you don't see a lot of trees that are on the plains that are occurring naturally, simply because it is really tough to be a tree. So you see trees after people have arrived here, but you don't see them in the early days. And so you tend to have, as you go a little bit up higher in elevation, you have, more of the conifers. And then, the main places though that we see trees in Colorado naturally is in riparian areas or at slightly higher elevations. It also explains why we don't specialize in broadleaf evergreen plants. So we don't have mountain laurel or rhododendrons in our ecosystem, and they are hard to grow here simply because of all of these factors. And so just know that if you're struggling with some trees, if you're seeing a lot of tree issues, that's because it is hard to be a tree in Colorado. Another factor, weather factor we have to consider is wind. So if you live at higher elevations, there's hurricane, force gusts that are very common, and you'll see, trees uprooted on a regular basis. But even, you'll get trees uprooted on, down here as well. So this is, Colorado just has some pretty serious winds. The winds can, if they're not uprooting the trees, they can damage plants that are during the growing season. So what happens is that the air is coming so fast that it causes more transpiration than the roots can pull water from the ground. And so you get like just, sort of desiccated plants. And that can, affect newly planted, particularly like tender plants that are just coming out of the ground, or vegetables or anything like that. So the wind can really, be hard on plants. And it can also desiccate plants over the winter. So particularly those broadleaved evergreens that we don't specialize in Colorado, it makes it really hard because again, they're trying to transpire over the winter. And then on another, factor is that it can blow away mulch. So you're trying to, keep some winter moisture in, and, you put down all this mulch the way, where it's recommended, and all the mulch, disappears in the wind over the winter. So some of the things to think about in windy areas is, again, as I've been talking about, plants, it's hard for plants to remain hydrated when the wind just keeps taking all of the air away and just keeps sucking all the moisture out of them. And so in windy areas, you're gonna have to think more about watering than you would in other areas. And so you really wanna try to keep that soil, moist around plants in an exposed area. And if it's not so windy, add some mulch to help keep the direct evaporation from the ground. And then also, if you can, install a drip irrigation system with a water sensor. So that would, of course, be only for the summer months, since you're not going to be able to use that during the winter months. But, that's something that you could consider doing. And then, another thing about the wind is that you could actually use it to your advantage. And so that would be, like if you kind of look at the way the wind flows, and especially if you're in an area that does get some reliable snowfall, not all places in Colorado get reliable snowfall, but many places get at least some snowfall. And so, the wind will blow and deposit the snow on the lee side of the building. And so you'll get this big snow pile. I mean, this is dramatic. This was up in Gilpin County, but you can get a similar type of effect. And so this place will actually get a little bit of extra moisture. So that lee side of the building is a place where, if you can actually sort of take that wind and use it to your advantage. So the concept here would be, that if you don't want to have it, if that spot right next to the lee side of your building isn't where you want it, you can actually put up a temporary snow fence in the wintertime and cause a snow drift there. So if you ever see along, the highways where they have snow fences, there's always a big drift of snow just on the lee side of those snow fences. And so you can actually use that to create a little bit of extra moisture in your garden, so you can make the wind work for you. On the other hand, if the wind is not something that you want to be dealing with, and you want to be protecting your vegetable gardens or your plants, then you could put up a windbreak. And one of the things people often make a mistake with is that they think of the solid fence would be the best windbreak, but it's actually not. That creates more turbulence downwind. And so you should actually have that windbreak be porous. So have it be like only 40 to 60% solid, and then the rest of it should be open so that the air can go through. And that will actually create the greatest degree of downwind protection. All right, and so now, so that was all just like, now we're going to get to the hardiness zones, and I'll take questions in just a minute after this, but the hardiness zones are what people tend to think of as the only question that they need to know for gardening in Colorado, or maybe gardening anywhere. And so, we have to take all of those other climate considerations and weather issues into account, and our hardiness zones. So let's talk about sort of hardiness zones and how important they actually are. So I think most of you know that the USDA created the hardiness zones in 1960, and they're based on the average minimum temperature in Colorado, and they created zones just every 10-degree difference in Fahrenheit. And that's not the extreme low temperatures, that's just sort of your average lows. And so they divided everything up into zones based on different temperatures. And then they revised them in 1990 based on some weather data. And then they introduced zones A and B, which are just 5-degree differences. And they introduced zone 11, which is a frost-free zone, which we couldn't care less about in Colorado because that's not us. And then again, in 2012, they revised the zones again based on newer weather data. And what they found is that, climate zones are creeping up. And so what maybe was a zone 5 before is now a zone 6. And so for all of you at higher elevations, that's kind of good news. And for all of you who want to have grow different plants, that can be good news. The bad news is it probably usually comes with hot summer temperatures as well. So usually in Colorado, most of us fall within zone 3, zone 4, zone 5, and zone 6. So minus 30 to minus 40 is zone 3. So that's highest elevations. Zone 4 is sort of the moderately high elevations. And then zone 5 and zone 6 is most of the front range. I think that there are parts of Colorado that do get into zone 7, but it's very small. So this is most of Colorado. So here is our here's the map. And so you can actually go on to, you can get your hardiness zone by zip code if you go to the USDA hardiness zone map, and you can see. But you can see that there's things that are, a little bit colder and a little bit, and then we also have some, balmy banana belt areas in here. And then you can see the much colder areas in the mountain areas. And then we get a little bit warmer again on the western slope. So, so the hardiness zone of your area, zone 5, zone 4, whatever it is what will allow a certain plant to, or it tells you which kind of plants you should plant. So the plants are rated to a certain hardiness zone. But just because it's a plant that's rated, like a species of plant that's typically rated, you're in a zone 5, you're going to buy a plant that's rated to zone 5, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to survive at zone 5. Because some of the factors that influence that include, the minimum temperature. So that's, like the sort of USDA hardiness, but then our recent temperature patterns. So the weather whiplash. So if we're in the 70s and then all of a sudden we drop down to 10 and your plant hadn't had time to harden off, it may die. Also, how much fall water it has. So if, it doesn't go into the winter well hydrated, then that may cause it to not survive the winter. how much winter snow we have. So again, whether it has enough moisture to survive, especially those dry periods in the winter, especially if you're not doing any winter watering. And then also the wind and the sun exposure. So places that are sunnier in the winter actually can be sometimes harder just because the ground will kind of thaw and freeze and thaw and freeze, whereas things that are shady may not have that the weather whiplash. But also the genetic makeup of the plant is important. So something like a Douglas fir, it could come from Colorado stock, which is much more likely to be hardy, or it could come from California stock or the Pacific Northwest, which is used to warmer temperatures and more humid temperatures. So it's a Douglas fir, but that particular individual may not do as well at your house as one that comes from Colorado stock. And then finally, the carbohydrate reserves of the plant. So if the plant is of the roots of the plant, so if the plant is well established and has a nice strong root system, it should be able to get through some more challenging things. So that would be the explanations for why plants that are supposed to be hardy to your zone may not, but also plants, they haven't really rated all the plants at all the different levels. And so just because a plant, says it's hardy to zone 6 doesn't mean that it might not be hardy to zone 5. So, if it's a if it's a good solid plant with a good root system, and maybe, you're not having some crazy temperature extremes, you might actually be able to, get a plant and grow it, that's not supposed to be hardy in your area. So the moral of this story is that the hardiness zone maps should not entirely dictate your plant choice. It should, inform it, but you don't have to be slavishly, following it. Perennials, it may be a little bit less important for, just because they tend to die back and lose their above ground structure. And then, as I mentioned, not all the plants are fully tested for hardiness. So, plants like the pine leaf penstemon actually comes from the Sonoran Desert, but it does fine, even up in Gilpin County at 9,000 feet. So, that was an unexpected, hardiness there. And so, if you really want to try a plant, I say that you should try it at least 3 times in different little microclimates before you give up on it. But, it depends on how much money, you have to gamble on plants. But I always say, if you're not killing plants, you're not trying hard enough. So hardiness, actually, what? I want to take some questions here. I feel like I've gone on long enough. I have a question slide later, but if there are questions. And can you read them out? If there are questions, read them out loud to me, please, because I don't have the chat up on my.
Kurt or Yvette, do you see any questions, or is there any themes that you're seeing that you'd like Irene?
Well, let me look. I think we've answered the questions as they come in.
Okay.
Kurt, I would like clarification on a question that I answered though. So the
Sure.
question was regarding plants located under roof drip line in wintertime, resulting in frozen ice piles. Does this affect plant viability? And I answered it, but I think you could expound more on it.
Yeah, I mean, so that'll have both good and bad effects. One is the good effect is that it's probably not going to, you won't get as much winter desiccation, so you may not have to do as much winter watering, but you can end up with frozen branches that will break, and so they can actually get heavy and become a problem, and actually just full on break. So I would say that under the drip line of a house would be smarter to just plant perennials rather than any sort of shrub, just because you can end up with heavy ice and branch breakage.
Okay, and then there's another one that's kind of come up more than once. Where's the balance between enough water in the fall and winter, but also letting things harden off?
I know, and that's a tough one. And and I actually was thinking about elaborating on that a little bit more. And it is one of those things, like there is no totally perfect solution for it. I would say that if your plant is really well watered all summer, that you can start lightening up on that, because you built up a good root system and it's got good carbohydrate reserves, because it's a healthy, well-growing plant, and you can start lightening it up. And I would also say that, kind of looking out at the weather forecast, should, especially if you see a freeze coming, if there's a freeze warning and you're planning on doing some watering, don't do the watering if you're seeing that freeze coming, just because, that will, although actually if it's a really surprise freeze, like let's just say all of a sudden tomorrow, let's say it's October and it's 60 degrees, but then all of a sudden out of the blue it's saying, hey, freeze warning, it's going to get down to 10 degrees tomorrow night. Now actually watering would be a good thing, because the ground, it takes more phase change, it takes more energy to freeze water than it does dry soil, so you can actually do protection of the plants if you do water them. So I guess there's no perfect answer here, but so I would say concentrate a little bit more on watering throughout the summer, and then start tapering off as you get more towards the fall. So in September, really think about, you kind of want to get the plants to be thinking about fall rather than summer growth.
And can I ask a point of clarification on that? Does that
Sure.
change, does your recommendation change based on the age of the plant and the establishment of the plant? I know a lot of people who are on in our training programs, either beforehand or because of the training program, they decide to redo their landscapes. And so do some of these recommendations change on watering later into the summer based on the age?
Yeah, I mean, there's still, so again, there's that balance point, right? So with with a newly planted, especially with actually a newly planted anything, so tree, shrub, perennial, that you've just planted, it doesn't have the root systems established. And so you do want to make sure that it is, you don't want to have this big dry gap, anytime during the year. So if, so you don't want to just cut off all water in September, but you want to make sure that it has enough water. I think the mindset shift is just to start tapering back. And so, you want to really think, I'm not promoting growth anymore here. I'm actually just trying to get the roots in good shape for the winter. So that may be the, kind of switch, that you're not trying to, work on the lushness of summer. You're actually trying to get it a little bit tougher, but you don't want to have a big, long, dry gap.
Perfect. Thank you. As always, it depends.
It depends, right? That's always the answer. That should just always be everybody's answer for everything. Okay, so now I'm going to get into growing degree units, which isn't something that I do always for the general public, just because it's a little bit confusing, but you guys are all very interested gardeners, so you will want to know this. So growing degree units is, somewhat complicated, but it's not that bad. Well, just bear with me. So basically, every species and every cultivar plant has to have a certain amount of heat accumulation in order to develop all the different phenological stages. So it needs a certain amount of heat to germinate, to produce leaves, to flower, to fruit, and to ripen that fruit. And so every one is different. So that's why we have things like cool season plants that don't need a lot of heat to germinate. And we have warm season plants that will wait until everything is quite warm in order to have any sort of, show in the springtime. So that's why we see, plants flowering at different times, and that's why we see, plants germinating at different times. And so that that heat accumulation that is in an area is measured by growing degree units, which is also growing degree days, can be used interchangeably. And that's just a factor of both the day temperature and the night temperature, so the average of those, and the length of the growing season. So don't be alarmed by this. This is actually a very easy little, if this looks complicated, it's really not that bad. So basically, you are just averaging your maximum temperature on a daily basis and the minimum temperature. So you add them together, divide by 2, like your, grade school averaging, or whatever, whatever year of math you learned that. And so, if your temperature was 60 degrees at night and 30 degrees during the day, that's 90. So so this would be, the average would be 45. And then you subtract the T base, and we'll talk about that in just a second. And that will give you the daily growing degree units for that plant for that area. So it's kind of, the growing degree, units is a little bit specific to plants, but then you can also just kind of have an average to get your growing degree units for an area. So the reason that it's a little bit, dependent on the plant is that each plant will have that T base, the base temperature at which it'll start growing. So some plants will start growing at 35 degrees and some plants will start growing at 55 degrees or even more. So again, plants that are cool season plants, those have a lower base temperature. So they don't, need to have as many growing degree units. And so that's why they will germinate and, develop very quickly at cool temperatures. So think about things like, arugula or spinach or, some things like that. And then the warm season plants, they have a higher T base. So they're going to need to accumulate a lot more heat before they're going to even germinate. And then before they start, flowering and fruiting. And then if a plant is a late blooming plant, it could start to germinate at a low, with a low T base, but over the whole course of the season, it needs to accumulate more growing degree units in order to reach the flowering stage than plants that are earlier blooming. So I know it's a little bit confusing. So hopefully this won't be too much and you're welcome to ask questions. But basically, so one of the reasons that we have, we have fewer growing degree units in Colorado than in other parts of the country. And so things, are a little bit slower to do their thing in Colorado. And as you go up in elevation, you really see that because you don't have the average daytime temperature and the average nighttime temperature are cooler. So all the plants, regardless of whether they're cool season or warm season, just are a little bit slower to get going. And so, you'll see in the mountains that things just, don't bloom at the times that you'd expect them to bloom at lower elevations because you have fewer growing degree units that are accumulated. So this was at my house in Gilpin County, and my bleeding hearts did not flower until July because, and so for those of you who are familiar with bleeding hearts down at lower elevations, they bloom in May. And lilacs didn't bloom until July. So those are, examples of how you don't accumulate as many growing degree units. So the same plant will bloom at different times because it's accumulating less heat. So this is just a growing degree map across the country. So this just uses kind of a generic T base. It's not per plant in this particular case, but it just shows you that we don't accumulate as much heat in Colorado. So, as you expect, the lower tier states have accumulated a lot more growing degree units than Colorado. And then of course the mountains accumulate even fewer growing degree units than the rest of the state. You can, if you want to try to get an idea of what your growing degree units would be like, you can try to go to CoAgMet. That's a meteorological station, and they have various different ones across the state. And you can see if you've got one that is, relatively close to you, and you can actually get, the weather, so especially if you're new to an area, that can at least give you some sense of how many, growing degree units might accumulate. You can also use that climate summary for, for your area. So that's going to be, maybe a little bit more generic. This will be more, like what it was in 2018 or 19. So you can play around with that if you have some time. So this would just be a sample of what you'd, kind of get out of there. You get the maximum temperature, the minimum temperature. So that would be, so one way to accumulate or, just to find out what you might have accumulated in a particular area in a particular month, or you can do it for the entire growing season. So again, you go higher in the mountains, you're not going to accumulate as many growing degree units. And so, and this, the reason for this is because every 1,000 feet you gain in elevation, you'll actually drop 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit in temperature in moist air, and you'll actually 5.5 degrees Fahrenheit in dry air. And then the other reason that you don't accumulate as many growing degree units is that there's a shorter growing season. And so you might, the times, for the frost-free days, maybe only 90 degrees in certain areas of Colorado. So you're going to just get less heat on a daily basis, so both daytime and nighttime, but then you're also going to have a shorter growing season. So you're not going to be accumulating it over the season. Whoops, that was not supposed to be there. So the base temperature that we're talking about, it's not easy to find in Colorado. And so, it's not something that you can actually go out and find for every single plant that you might want to look for. And usually, you'll only find it for crops and not even all, varieties of crops. So just, kind of know that this is more of a understanding concept than a practical concept that you can just go out and, find the T base for every different plant that's out there, because you just won't. And so, but you can actually go to like this one, this site, does at least list some base temperatures for certain vegetable crops. So that can at least give you a little bit of an idea. And you can see that we've got, everything from like a 35-degree base temperature for onions, all the way up to 60 degrees for sweet potatoes or eggplants. So, but it's not something that you can just go out and find for every single plant. So don't expect to be able to do that. So just as in a growing degree examples, and I just want to contrast the mountains versus the lower elevations. So, like if we did our a mountain example, we've got 75, so average daytime temperature, maybe 45 at night. That would be pretty typical for Gilpin County. Divided by 2 minus an average T base of 50, that will give us 10 growing degree days. And then there's about 90 degree days of frost-free days. And so that gives us about 900 growing degrees per summer. So that's a pretty high, cool mountain example. We don't accumulate a lot of growing degree units. At a lower elevation, you might have a high of 90, a low of 60, and that will give us 75 growing degree days per day. So that, contrast that with 10. And then we might have a longer growing season. So we have 120 days. So in a lower elevation, we might be accumulating 9,000 growing degree units. So you'll see that that's, why the mountains are a whole different growing climate. And so it also explains why you can't grow warm season crops very easily at higher elevation, because if you look at, like ultra early Siberian or Arctic tomatoes, even those very, very early, very cold tolerant tomatoes still need 1,100 growing degree units before you get to the first ripe fruit. And so if your mountain climate doesn't ever accumulate that many, you will struggle with your tomatoes. And extra early corn, that can require 1,870. So that's a lot. So the growing degree information, again, you can't find that for most plants, even most crop varieties. So, maybe you can sometimes find it for certain crops. But again, this is something, if you find it for a few different plants, it's lucky. But again, this is more of something for you to think about rather than for you to be able to say, I'm going to go out, I'm thinking about growing the Better Boy tomato, and so I want to find out how many growing degree units it needs, and you may or may not be able to find that. But, you might be able to find it for, beefsteak tomatoes, maybe. But even if you can't find it, just knowing that this is, a factor is helpful. So, how you can kind of look at this, since again, it's not necessarily going to be something that you can get out there and calculate for each plant, but, just some things to think about is that, again, hardiness is not your only factor to look at. So a plant can be perfectly hardy for, it can be a zone 3 plant, but it's not going to do well if it doesn't get enough growing degree units. So this is a common issue up in mountain areas at higher elevation. So like sometimes, especially at higher elevation, you'll see you plant a big shrub and then it actually gets smaller each year. So even if it's a zone 3 shrub and then it finally dies, it probably was just not getting enough growing degree units during the summer. Or like if a fruit tree that you plant is hardy enough, it's supposed to be hardy to zone 5, but you don't get fruit in time, it's probably a growing degree problem. It's probably a fruit that needs more growing degree units to ripen, and you should look for one that has an earlier ripening time. And then if you have a plant that's really a heat-loving plant and it doesn't flower for you, again, maybe growing degree units. So for those of you at higher elevation, my recommendation would be not to buy late summer or fall blooming plants, because you are never going to accumulate enough growing degree units in order to trigger their flowering. So just go to midsummer. That will be your equivalent of a fall blooming plant. And then also stick with cool season vegetables, or use some season extension techniques in order to accumulate more growing degree units at your particular area. So this would be an example, like just any sort of like greenhouse, cold frame, anything like that will actually increase both the daytime and the nighttime temperatures. And so you can actually accumulate more growing degree units. All right, any questions?
Irene Andra here has a question about greenhouse, and I just finished answering another one in a grow tunnel. So Andra's question here is, so we are basically creating our own hardiness zone in a greenhouse or a grow tunnel. So if we live in 5B, but we have a frost-free or very near frost-free greenhouse, would it technically be zone 10, or should we split the difference and call it a 7 or 8?
Yeah, I mean, unless you're putting a lot of heat in, it would be unlikely that you could have a totally frost-free greenhouse, but you actually are getting close to being able to grow things. I mean, like if you look at the Denver Botanic Garden, they can grow lemon trees and any kind of tropical in their conservatory. So you could create the difference, you actually could create your own tropical paradise if you're willing to put enough heat into it. Now, if you don't have that much heat, then I would say that you should be going with the lowest temperature you ever expect, in a bad situation for your greenhouse to be. But yes, you are in effect going several zones. And every time, you put the grow tunnel, and then that, maybe moves you up a zone. And if you put a frost blanket on, that maybe moves you up a zone too. So you actually are, increasing the length of the season, but you're also reducing, the hardiness, the low temperatures.
Mm-hmm. So so if you're in an unheated situation like a hoop house, you're actually sometimes stacking different winter hardiness tactics on top of each other, like a floating row cover over your grow beds that are inside of the hoop house to get a few extra degrees. So, okay.
Irene, there were several questions about T-base. So someone was wondering if we could get the link to the T-base chart and paste it into the Q&A, or is that going to be sent in
that linked, well, and again, that was one chart. I mean, you can also just, try to look up. I'll try to send the link. So I'm going to send out, so I did not get to all the resources. So Katie's going to send out some things today. And then I'll try to put together some like just fact sheets and other resources, and I'll try to remember to include that in there. But again, don't get too stressed about the technicalities of that. So
I think the idea here is that you're identifying why some issues exist and kind of uncovering the why for common experiences with Colorado gardeners.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not, again, this is not like a practical tool that you can go out and solve, like for each plant, you can calculate, each plant, the T-base and the growing degree units or anything like that. So this is, again, just kind of conceptual, but, like people kind of have, like, why can't I grow tomatoes at 9,000 feet? Well, that's why.
And that information, there's some specificity that's outlined in the handout that I'll be emailing later today.
All right, I'm going to move on because I got a lot to cover. So, so I just kind of want to talk briefly about my macro microclimates. So, and just why, even at the same elevation, that you can end up with different, zones and growing degree accumulation. So we have to think about the topography of your land. So if you live in a valley, that's going to be cooler than hillside, even though it's lower in elevation, just because low air sinks at night. And then also, if you go the other way, the aspect of a slope is critical. So this is kind of, this was a hillside I used to pass when I was heading in Gilpin County. And so this is south facing. And so what you'll see is this gets a lot more sun, it's drier, it's hotter, and this is a cooler, moisture area. And so it just was very cleanly demarcated. So you could really see how what could grow on the south facing slope was not the same as what could grow on the north facing slope. And so like, I like to point this out. So here's two gardens at 8,700 feet. So pretty much exactly the same elevation. But so this garden was a south and east facing garden. It got really good sun, accumulated some good growing degree units with the nice rocks and just, you know, because of that exposure. So you got things like cosmos and Russian sage to bloom in the fall. Well, at my garden at 8,700 feet, because my garden kind of, my house, the yard sloped away to the north and mostly to the north and east. This was the best I ever did with Russian sage ever. So this is its best blooming. This was an established plant. It was probably 10 years old, and it never got this kind of bloom because I didn't have that same aspect. And you have the same thing if you have gardeners at different sides of a valley. So the gardener, you know, so this would be cool down here, but this gardener and the south facing part of the valley, that may be a whole zone different than the gardener over here on the right side of the valley, where it may be a zone colder because you're going to accumulate more. Every day is going to get more heat over here than this, you know, more shady area. So it's not the same, you know, so these people could be at exactly the same elevation, and this gardener could be growing a whole different suite of plants than this gardener. And if you look on a more micro level, you know, so this was on my road going into my house, you know, this little sloping area, you know, always kept snow much later in the season than the south facing area. This was just funny, but that's typical, you know, in Colorado. And so you also get like little warm microclimates that are, you know, based on, again, like boulders that are, you know, outside of the aspect. So this was in Central City, about 9,000 feet. And you get a crabapple every year, and you would see that it could bloom out sooner next to this south-facing rock wall. And this area that was a little bit away from that heat was a little bit slower to bloom. And even like if you look at the ground, it's a little bit warmer on the ground. And so you see that this honeysuckle was blooming, the lower branches were blooming, and the upper branches had not yet bloomed. So you can actually kind of both create and exploit the microclimates around your house. So just kind of, you know, look at them. And so you've got, you know, hot, dry on the south. You've got shady and cool right on the north side of your house. And depending on how big your yard is, you know, you'll go full sun to part shade as you go further out from the shadow of your house. And so one of the things I suggest is in the springtime, if you've gotten a snow, watch how it melts. And that's going to show you your warmest microclimates. So even, you know, so this is my house in Gilpin, and, you know, this was a little bit of a south facing sunny area, and the snow would always melt, you know, here sooner than it would anywhere else, even though this actually accumulated more snow because it was kind of on the lee side. And just to show this more, so, you know, this is just, you know, two plants that are growing around my house, again, in the mountains. On the northeast side of the house, you had, this is a Thermopsis diveracarpa, a native plant. And so this is the stage of growth that it was on the northeast side of the house. And then this is the stage of growth that it was on the, you know, so I took these within 5 minutes of each other, different sides of the house, and you see that there was blooming here. So know that your south side of your house is going to be, you know, one of your warmest sites. So that is where you should be thinking about, you know, planting your more cold tender plants or anything that needs a lot of heat to bloom, because it does accumulate more growing degree units. And for those of you at higher elevations, this is like one of your most important locations, because this is where you can grow all those plants you wish you could grow. And so save this area for your more, you know, tender plants, and then plant your tougher plants in the other microclimates. So the east side of your house, it's often a little bit warmer just because it gets the morning sun. And often we have prevailing winds from the west. And so it's a little bit protected from wind, but it has cooler afternoons. So it tends to be a little bit of a friendlier microclimate. And so, so just know that those different sides of your house matter. And then, here's a really dramatic example. So this is Jane Hendricks, who has a garden up at Breckenridge at 10,000 feet. And she actually measured, she went out on a day in early August. She went out with a thermometer, a soil thermometer, and she measured the soil at 6 inches deep at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And so she found that, under pine and spruce on a north facing slope was 48 degrees. And then as you kind of went to some of these areas, the soil temperature went up to 60. And then she managed to get it all the way up to 75 degrees in a planting pocket on the south wall of a raised bed. So that was really, that shows you how dramatically your really little local microclimates can affect the growth of plants. So here's just an example of what she did with the planting pocket. So for those of you at higher elevations, consider creating she created this south-facing raised bed. So she built up the soil and then, sloped it off to the south and then put in these big boulders in order to accumulate more heat. And so she could grow all kinds of things, even though she was at 10,000 feet. We also have, microclimates involving moisture. So you want to make sure that your plants, we match the plants to, the moisture levels that you have. And so, this would be a time to consider, slopes or swales to capture more of that, rain. And also, this would be if you have these in your, or if you have, neighbors that overwater, this is going to be a place where if you get a lot of moisture accumulation, you're going to want to be thinking about what you're going to plant here. Whereas if you have a dry, sunny bed, you have to be planting, plants that need a little bit less water. And always, always plant in hydrozones. So make sure that you don't plant a plant that loves moisture right next to a plant that is a xeric plant, because you will never be able to water them to make them both happy. Questions?
Well, we're up to 43 that we've handled so far here, Irene. So
that's awesome. Okay, well then
lots of interaction here.
That's great. That's great. Okay, well then I'll just keep going. It sounds like you guys are doing a great job handling the questions. So, so I want to talk briefly about soils. There's a whole soils class for some of you, but I just want to kind of just recap that in Colorado we often have pretty poor soil tilth, and the tilth, as a reminder, is the ability of soil to support root growth. So we need to have both good drainage and aeration in order to have good roots. And so Western soils are kind of a good soil would be considered to have about 25% air, 25% water, and 45 to 49% mineral solids, and then somewhere between 1 and 5% organic matter. And so the organic matter is going to be the thing that Colorado soils don't have that much. And we don't necessarily have to have a lot of organic matter in our soils depending on what you're growing. So if your goal is to grow xeric or native plants, you can have a pretty low organic matter and your soil will be fine. On the other hand, if you're going to be growing a vegetable garden, you want to be closer up to that 5%. So just know that organic matter in the soil does hold, 10 times more water and nutrients than, like a decomposed granite or sandy soil. But then also know that if you're in an urban area or any area where there's been recent soil compaction, you will end up, you can end up with compacted soil. So you can be a lot lower on the air than you should have. So that ends up limiting root growth. So just brief tour of Colorado soil. So if we have decomposed granite, which is often found in the foothills and the mountains. And, and that also would be, sandy soil would be a similar type situation where you have good drainage, low organic matter, which also means that you have low water and nutrient holding capacity. So in these decomposed granite soils, especially if you've got bedrock right underneath, maybe you're going to want to, use a raised bed rather than trying to dig down into really rocky, difficult soil. If you have clay soils, you have poor drainage, but high nutrient and water retention. And so you will want to add organic matter to help with that. And so the interesting thing, just as a quick reminder, is that adding organic matter either to sandy or decomposed granite soils or clay soils is the recommendation. So both situations, which are kind of the opposite ends of the spectrum, need organic matter. And so you'd want to add organic matter, 1 to 3 inches deep over that entire area per 6 to 8 inches deep that you dig. So if you actually manage to dig 12 inches deep, you would be adding 2 to 6 inches of organic matter. And then every year afterwards, you add another 1 to 3 inches. Now, this is a little bit nuanced, but if you do have sandy or gravelly soils, you want to consider using a really well decomposed material like finished compost or aged manure or peat, although I don't really recommend peat because it's not that sustainable. Whereas with clay soils, you want your goal. So here we're just trying to hold nutrients and allow water to stay in. Whereas with clay soils, what our goal is to improve aeration and infiltration, so to loosen it up. And so here you want to be using more fibrous materials like composted wood chips or peat or straw. Be aware that it is possible to over amend soil. If you add too much in a single year, you could end up with high salts, or you could end up with high or low nitrogen, depending on the stage of decomposition of what you add. You can hold too much water, or if your compost isn't all that well finished, you could end up with high ammonia and burn roots and leaves. Another more rare soil type in Colorado is loam. And that is great. It has good water drainage and nutrient retention, and you might not need to do anything. But just be aware that just because it looks like a black rich soil, that does not always indicate loam, and you should get a soil test. If you don't want to be adding organic matter to your soils, then consider like if that's just too much, it's a difficult area, you don't want to do all that work, then you want to consider planting native plants that are used to either our decomposed granite or our clay soils, or plant non-natives that are well adapted to those conditions. And for those of you at higher elevations, if you have dense conifers, the reason that you can't grow anything under here is not necessarily because of the soil, it's probably because the conifers are actually providing too much competition in terms of light and nutrients and moisture. And so if you do want to grow something here, you'll need to actually get rid of some of the conifers in order to plant something. So people often want to say, well, what can I do here to grow something? It's like, well, you're gonna have to cut down some trees in order to be able to grow something in that situation. If you do have pine needle duff, consider removing it just because it can be a little bit of an inhibitor. And it can, just keep seeds from reaching the soil. And so the pine needles, don't actually change the acidity of the soil because there's just too much buffering capacity, but the pine needles can, cause other problems for growing things. And you can compost them if you want to. And I'm just going to blow on because I've got still quite a bit to cover. So I'm hoping that you guys can, and if there's any burning questions, can you flag them, for the end, because I have a lot to do. Sorry about that, people. I wanted to give you as much information as I could, which I probably bit off more than I could chew. But anyway, so quickly want to talk about Colorado water rights. And so, we in Colorado, the West has a whole different water right system than the East. So that's like at the Mississippi, things change, but then, when you get further west, like Colorado and West, it's a whole different ballgame. And so Colorado specifically has a prior appropriation water law. So the people who have earlier water rights have stronger, more senior water rights than people who bought them more recently. And you actually can buy water rights. It's bought and sold like real estate, but it's separate. So if you live by a river or pond, that does not mean that you have the rights to use that water, even though in other states, especially in the East Coast, that does mean that, but not in Colorado. And so in Colorado, we have when we have a well, so people who are on wells they're exempt from that whole water rights system, which is great because if you had to be within the water rights system, you would never be able to get your well. And there are two types of well permits that are available. One would be a domestic or livestock well, and that's usually for people with 35 acres or more. And that with a domestic well, you're allowed to water up to an acre and provide water for livestock. And then the rest of people have household use only wells. And so that's usually for smaller lots that were created after 1972. And you cannot water anything outside, not your dog, not your plant on your porch, nothing. It's for household use only. There's about 284,000 wells in Colorado, and the majority of them are domestic wells, but there are plenty of wells in this household use only category, particularly up in Gilpin County where I was. So even if your well is permitted for outdoor watering, you may want to be, considering it could get depleted in drought, and so you want to protect it. And in Colorado, all of our groundwater comes from precipitation only. So we have nothing coming into our state. All of our groundwater and our rivers and everything comes from precipitation. And this was in January, we're particularly the upper part of Colorado, the different river basins were, pretty low. This snapshot was pretty good in the southeast, but that can change, pretty rapidly. And as we move into the future, we'll probably end up with water restrictions becoming increasingly common. So this is Colorado right now, this was Colorado in January 7th. And what you'll see is that all of the state was in some degree of drought, and some of it was exceptional drought over a lot of the western slope, and then also some of the eastern plains. But D3 drought is extreme drought, and so even like the best we had here was moderate drought. So, Colorado will be getting increasingly dry as we move in. And this is normal for Colorado. We have drought all the time in Colorado. So this is just, what percentage of state is in drought, based on the last, more than 100 years. So we have to think about, using water very wisely. And as we move into the future and climate change becomes more, we could experience worsening drought. So what we are definitely going to, all projections are showing that the West is going to be getting increasingly hotter. So that's pretty much not in doubt. And of course, with increasing heat, you get increased evapotranspiration. And so you need more water in order to counteract that. The amount of precipitation that we're going to have is, we don't know. So the models differ. So, all projections actually, kind of like, well, we don't know if it's going to be wetter or drier. The wettest, 20% say we maybe get a little bit wetter, and then, some say we might get drier. So we don't really know about precipitation, but we do know that it will become hotter as time goes on. The good thing about, we can supplement our water usage with rainwater harvesting. So that is a new as of 2016. And you can install rain barrels at single family households or multifamily households with 4 or fewer units. And you can use up to 2 rain barrels with no more than a combined storage capacity of 110 gallons. So the maximum amount of water you're allowed to collect at any one time is 110 gallons. Now you can keep using that. So like, let's just say I have 110 gallons stored and I decide I'm going to water my vegetable garden or whatever this morning. And so I water everything out this morning, but then this afternoon it rains. I can collect 110 gallons now again this afternoon and use it again tomorrow. So you can so really the only limit is how much you're allowed to store. And that's 110 gallons maximum. And you can only use it for outdoor purposes. So, so a lot of people are like, okay, I've got watering restrictions. I can't really collect that much rainwater. So there we go. There's my water-wise garden. But that's not what they have to look like. There's a lot of things that we can do to maximize any rain that falls on, any rain or snow that falls on your property. So we've got, we can get a lot of rain off of our roof, so we can collect up to 1,000 or 110 gallons. But that there's 600 gallons that come off a 1,000 square foot roof if you get 1 inch of rain. And so we want to be using that. We don't want to let that go off into the sewer system. We actually want to keep that on our property. So don't let that run off. You actually want to think about, so here's a picture from a book by Brad Lancaster, just shows all of the rainwater just rushing off and into the sewers. And so this is not, the rain is not being put to good use on your property. So you want to think about slowing it, spreading it, and sinking it. So you'd slow it with swales to to develop like little divots on the contour lines. You could create berms to also slow it down, or you could create a rain garden on your property. So the swales, here's what you'd you'd want to look at the contour lines of your property. And so this is going to take the rainwater, capture it rather than having it run off, and it will, sink into the ground. And so here's just some examples of, what a swale might look like. And again, this is only going to work if you have a sloping property. And if you do have a really sloping property, you're not going to be successful in planting trees on a slope or bushes unless you create some sort of berm, micro berm, to slow down that water. So it's going to, you need the water to actually soak into the roots of the tree rather than just rush off down to the bottom of the slope. So you're actually going to, if you're going to try to plant on a slope, you absolutely have to have a micro berm. Another way to sort of maximize the use of your water would be to direct the downspouts that you have into your garden. So in this case, we're not capturing the water, so you can use all of the water that comes off of your roof and just direct it into your garden. So this is what I did at my house in Gilpin County. Is I just had downspout, and I just directed all of that into my garden. And you can also kind of direct it into just direct it. You don't have to have a pipe if you have a place where you can plant that is a little bit away from the foundation of your house. And if you're going to try to reduce your water, you do want to add some sort of organic matter in order to increase your water holding capacity. So just here's some ideas about, here's rain gardens in action. So, originally the rain garden idea was developed in the East, and it was the idea was to mitigate city runoff. And so, but there's no reason that we can't do them here to, use to irrigate our gardens. And so again, if you want to grow a rain garden, you want to have it 10 feet away from your house, and you want to have it at least 25 feet away from your septic system. So because the septic systems actually rely on evapotranspiration in order to work. So you don't want to be saturating those. And then you also don't want to plant them under trees. But this is an example of the at Chatfield Botanic Gardens, their rain garden. And so you can see all the downspouts that are feeding it and the sidewalks and everything. There's a little depressed area here. And here's what it looks like later on in the season. And if you don't have a downspout, you could, actually just channel water from your drip line, place an impervious kind of, half pipe there, and have the snow melt or the rain, come into your rain garden there. And you can also consider planting by, patios and driveways. So, make a little depressed planting area near these impervious areas to capture all the rain that comes off of the impervious areas. All right, questions?
There's been a few. You've definitely touched on a number of topics there. We're trying to handle these as they're coming in. So,
okay. Irene, I think there was one slide that somebody really wanted to see it again. I didn't see it because I was answering questions.
Okay.
But is this a PowerPoint that is not sent out, or there was a slide about well depth? Where could they find that information again?
Well depth, there was not a slide about well depth. There was a slide about whether you household versus domestic wells. But I mean, there was just one that was just briefly about just protecting your well. But that, that's not going to be, it's not going to be that it's protecting your well during drought, but that's not going to be that useful, just because it's all going to depend on your local water table. So, don't take the depth of, that picture again was just conceptual. It wasn't, don't take that as a specific example of how your well is going to react in drought. It's going to depend on your water table, the usage of your neighbors, all that kind of thing. So don't take that as a slide you need to study.
Okay.
Just know that if you do have a well, you could run out during drought times.
Yeah, I think you answered that. Thanks, Irene.
Okay.
One more quick question. Who is Brad Lancaster that you mentioned?
Thank you. Yeah. So I took out the slide that because I was trying to, which I shouldn't have done. But so Brad Lancaster has written 2 volumes of books on rainwater harvesting, and I recommend both of them. Gosh, I wish I hadn't taken out that slide because I could. But if you just do a search on Brad Lancaster and rainwater harvesting, he's based out of Arizona. And so some of the ideas, so particularly the one that's talking about earthworks and things, like the ways to keep it on your property are more relevant to Colorado. He also talks about, in Arizona, you could capture any amount of rain off of your property. And so, he also talks about, giant cisterns and things like that are not applicable to Colorado. But if you can find those books, they do give you some good ideas about some, just some of the things you can do to capture rainwater. Okay, so I actually managed to get, so I started talking so fast that I had got, so I managed to get done right about the break time. So we've got like a minute or two for any other questions that might be coming in.
So one came in that you may want to comment on. I guess this might be pollution coming off of the roof if you're using rain barrel water to water food crops and stuff. Would you comment on that?
Yeah, so that always is something that, and that again, it sort of depends. So what your roof is made of, how long it's been on there, other kinds of things. So metal roofs have a lot fewer issues. Some of the asphalt shingle can, end up with a little bit more, just sort of a, like volatile contaminants in there. So, and also the newer shingles have, a little bit more potential. I mean, it's always safest if you're not, you can, so I was doing some research into this, and, usually you can use, rainwater from your roof for a vegetable garden, but you do be kind of cautious about, getting it on the leaves of plants, splashing it. The other thing you want to consider is there's something that called a first flush system where, especially if it's like the first rain of the season, just bird droppings and other kinds of things land on your roof. And so you don't want to have that all getting into the water that you're using. And so sometimes there's a system that can actually kick out the first little bit of water and then only get it once, things have kind of shifted through. The other thing you want to consider with rainwater usage and vegetables is not to let it sit too long in your rain barrel, especially if it's more of a semi-opaque versus an opaque container, just because you can end up with, getting a little bit of, algal growth and maybe some E. coli or something like that. So you want to, use it fairly rapidly. So you're always safest if you just use the rainwater for ornamentals, but there was never any hard line about do not use it for vegetable gardening. All right, well, I guess if we don't have any other questions, so it's 10:30. So we'll come back at 10:40 and start the Firewise information. So landscaping, so that was one of the sort of climate challenges that we have. And the reason this is relevant across the state is because more than half of Coloradans live in the wildland urban interface, which is also affectionately known as the WUI. So about 65% of us live in the wildland urban interface. And that's just the area where, structures, buildings, other kinds of human developments either meet or intermingle with wildland vegetation. So we are increasingly moving away from cities and buying our little acres of paradise. And therefore we are, becoming at risk for fires. And not only that, are we becoming more at risk by fires by where we're moving, but fires are increasing in intensity and magnitude. So we all know that the 2020 year, as Katie mentioned, was exceptionally catastrophic. I mean, it was a disaster of a year. More than 625,000 acres burned across the entire state. And all three of the largest fires ever recorded in Colorado happened last year. So every single one of those fires was bigger than any other fire that we've had before, and all three happened in the same year. So Colorado was completely on fire. And unfortunately, 2021 is not shaping up to be a lot better because, we're not really out of drought, and we're predicted to have a hot summer. And these hotter, drier summers are part of what's triggering all the fires. And in fact, the State Forest Service is actually projecting a 50 to 200% increase in area burned annually by 2050. So this is just going to become a bigger and bigger problem, and one that we know that we have to deal with. So you can't just bury your head in the sand and think, oh, it's not going to happen to me. What we have to do is be proactive about our own landscapes. And so the ways, the area I'm particularly going to talk about today is the home ignition zone, which is also known as the safety zone by some people. And this was developed by Jack Cohen. And he just, kind of talked, after doing a lot of postmortems on a lot of fires, kind of worked out the things that you can do to make your house more or less likely to burn down in the case of a wildfire. And so basically it came down to two different factors. And one is structural ignitability. And I'm not going to be talking about that today, but that's all the things like your siding, your roof, your vents, just all those structural situations that can help your house be a lot more resistant to fire. And so you can look at, for this particular bulletin, the Firewise Construction, and this is from the Colorado State Forest Service. But then the second factor is your defensible space and your Firewise landscaping. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. And so when you are talking about, this area, your home ignition zone, you do want to be thinking about the area right around your house. And so I am going to start talking about some things that are, not quite landscapey, but, are really important for your defensible space. And, so what you want to be thinking about is protecting your house from embers. And so this is like the initial area right around your house. Houses don't burn down very often due to crown fires. So we all tend to think about when we think about houses burning up in a fire, we tend to think of like this wall of flame kind of moving through a neighborhood, sort of like a flash flood. And it just engulfs everything. So it's just like this, wall of flame. And that's actually not what ignites most houses. Most houses are ignited due to the embers that come off of the fire that's burning far away. And so the fire could be burning a half mile away or even a mile away. And it could be throwing so many embers that would be hitting your house that, could catch on a variety of different places, like any flammable materials right around the base of the house, or anything that would be in the gutters of the house. And so these embers are actually what you need to think about more than you need to be thinking about crown fires. So that's news to a lot of different people. And so protect your house from embers rather than but think about the embers. Your house is much more likely going to be exposed to embers than it is to be exposed to a crown fire. And so when these embers, come off of the forest, they're actually going to, kind of land sort of like a rain or a hail, and they're going to, travel down and accumulate into the gutters just like a rain, or they're going to hit the side of the house and they're going to kind of land, and they're going to end up right at the base of the house. So these are the, the really weak points of your house. So every day you need to, I'm sorry, every year you need to think about making sure that these weak points, the base of your house and the gutters of your house, are not, going to be places where embers can land and catch things on fire. So every year you need to clean out the gutter of your roof, and just any debris that is on the roof. You need to make sure that that is not there, so when the embers land, they're not going to catch on fire. And then also rake up any pine needles and leaves right around the base of your house, so that, again, that doesn't catch your house on fire. So this would be an example, like over the winter. I mean, this always happens. Like the winds over the winter will always, blow different sticks and leaves and other kinds of things. And if this is right against the base of your house and you cut, all these embers landed, like here in this picture where you see the embers that landed here, luckily there was a firefighter that was able to put these out, and so it didn't catch on fire. But you want to make sure that that is not a point where fire can catch. And so in order to protect your house, the recommendation, one of the most important things that you can possibly do, this would be like the number one, besides cleaning out your gutters, the number one thing you can do to protect your house from a fire is to create a 3 to 5 foot non-combustible, vegetation-free perimeter around all sides of all the structures and decks, and keep it clear of the leaves and the weeds and the needles. So this is what you need to have around your house, because anything that's, again, right at the base of your house can, the embers can catch, and this can then catch the rest of your house on fire. So this 3 to 5 foot perimeter is actually one of the things that has really become one of the strongest recommendations that people who study fire science can make to protect your house. And you also, you can't just think about your house, but you also have to think about the stair to ground junctions, because this is a way that, fires can go travel upstairs. So this is, that stair to ground junction is just as important as just, the base of your house. So really think about that, making those non-combustible as well. And also, don't store combustible material on or under your decks, particularly if they're a wooden deck. And so, this house had firewood on the deck, and the embers came from afar. You can see that these trees didn't even burn, but the embers came, landed on the firewood, and started to catch this this deck on fire. And firefighters were luckily there, so they managed to throw away the burning logs and put the fire out. But this house would have caught on fire had the firefighters not been there. So combustible, on your deck are not a good idea. Firewood should be 30 feet away from your house. And then also consider your fence. A wood fence can actually act like a fuse. So if there's vegetation that's, and leaves and everything that accumulate against this fence here, and the embers land on there, catch the fence on fire, and then there's a continuous run of fence all the way up to the house, then the fence can actually catch your house on fire. So think about putting some sort of wood, metal, or just non-combustible connection to your house, rather than have that running fuse go all the way up to the side of your house. So now moving into a little bit more traditional fire-wise landscaping, but those things are all extremely important and need to be kept up every year in order to make your fire-wise landscaping actually have a chance of helping. So if you have any one of those things that are not not well kept up, then probably doesn't really matter how much mitigation and fire-wise landscaping you do, your house will probably still burn by making any of those mistakes. So do all of that and do the fire-wise landscaping we're going to talk about. I'm going to be focusing on zone 1, which is the area from the house 30 feet out. And that's like one of the more important things. The reason I'm not going to talk about 2 and 3 is because a lot of properties in Colorado don't go out that far. And zone 3, you pretty much don't do much of anything anyway. And zone 2 is just more modified. The zone 1 is the next most important area, besides that 3 to 5 feet right outside your house. So in this zone 1, what you want to do is remove all conifers and gamble oak. And I noticed that the spell check changed it. The the spelling incorrectly for Gamble oak, so I didn't catch that, I'm sorry. So conifers, Gamble oak, and any flammable shrubs need to be 30 feet away from your house. So in some municipalities, like some, codes, they say within 15 feet, but that's not really the standard state Forest Service recommendation, and it's not as safe. So that's, sometimes you can legally get away with that, but if you're trying to protect your house from fire, err on the side of caution and go 30 feet away from your house. If you have aspen or other high moisture shrubs, you can have them sparsely within 15 feet. So you don't have to get rid of all of your aspen, but do remove all conifers and Gamble oak and shrubs. Now I know that somebody's gonna say, but there's this one tree that is so important to me. And so that's called a prize tree. And you can work around a prize tree, because I know that for some people, that's just a deal breaker. That's the most important tree on your property. It's in fact why you maybe have bought the property, or it's, like the tree you sit in the shade on your deck. I get it. There can be, you can work around that with people. But if you do have that prize tree, it now sort of acts like part of your structure. So you want to now have that be, sort of part of your defensible space, and then now have no trees within that tree, so now go out 30 feet from that tree before you have another conifer. And then also prune up the limbs on that tree to be 10 feet, or higher. So no limbs within the first 10 feet of the tree. And then remove all ladder fuels, which we're going to talk about in a little bit more underneath it. And then also, if it's close to your house, make sure that there's no branches that are overhanging the roof or are within 10 feet of the chimney, because that can, you don't want to catch your own house on fire by, through the embers from your chimney. So you don't want that to catch the tree on fire, which then could, catch your house or even the entire forest on fire. So you can work with a prize tree. It's just, you have to be thoughtful about it. So
Irene, I'm sorry, can I interrupt? Is
Yes.
that 30 feet away from the base of the tree, or 30 feet away from the canopy or the drip line?
The canopy of the tree. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Yeah, so that so the trees, you have to consider the drip line is what where you're going for. So it's not just the trunk of the tree. So you want to go, because you're trying to isolate it to make sure that there can't be a crown fire. And that's what we're going to talk about with these ladder fuels. So ladder fuels are just any sort of small shrubby thing that can, so if there's, let's just say embers have been landing on this grassy area, and now you've got to kind of have a grass fire that's going. Grass fires aren't typically super destructive until they get up into the crown of a tree. And so what you want is to not have a crown fire anywhere near around your house. You want to have the fire to be dropped down to the ground, where it's a lot more manageable and a lot less likely to cause problems. And so you don't want to have any low shrubs or anything down here that can catch on fire and then get into the low branches of your trees, and then get into the crown and then catch the other crowns of other trees on fire. So you want to eliminate the ladder fuels from your property. And ground junipers are one of the, are a very primary ladder fuel. They are extremely flammable because of the resins in them. And so you want to make sure you absolutely do not have any ground junipers within 30 feet of your house. And you also want to rake up, any pine needles and leaves in that first 30 feet. So it's especially important in that first 3 to 5 feet away from your house, but you don't want to have big, piles of, pine needles and leaves in that first 30 feet. Okay, any other questions before I go on there?
No, your timing was perfect on the last question that came in about raking up pine needles near the house. Excellent.
Okay, so so now I want to talk about some of the resistance, because I lived in Gilpin County, and we had, all of Gilpin County was in the WUI. And so there was a lot, we worked a lot with people on trying to get them to create defensible spaces. And one of the concerns I heard over and over again is just like, it'll be too ugly, I can't stand it. I moved up here for natural beauty or for the trees or for whatever, and it's just going to be a moonscape, and I'm going to be miserable and I'm going to hate it. And here's just a case in point. So I found this this article in the April 2013 Boulder Home and Garden magazine. And it was, just an article about this man who had lost a house twice. So he lost once in the Black Tiger fire and once in the 4 Mile fire. And so he rebuilt a house that was really smart. It's such, it's completely, the structural ignitability is extremely low. But even he said, this is devoid of decorative landscaping. And, you can see this is not really, this looks like you're in a permanent construction zone. It's just not exactly how people want to be living. And it kind of feels, like it wouldn't be a place I would want to live either. But it doesn't have to be that way. So you can actually make your defensible space a place you want to be if you're thoughtful about it. And so like this would be a good example. The only thing I would change here would be to not have these wooden, patio furniture. I would have something that's less flammable. So that first 3 to 5 feet, that can be a very functional pathway around your house. So use it as a circulation pattern. And, if it's especially wide enough, you're not going to feel like you're kind of cramped in by your house. So make it feel spacious and pleasant. And if you, make it more pleasant, if you don't just put gravel out there and you put, some nice flagstones and other kinds of things, it will feel comfortable and useful as a place for you to, and you'll just be wanting to be out there in that. And so just consider, making it very functional. And you can, make it attractive. So use pavers and rocks and other kinds of things. And so don't make it, this is one of those areas that, you may not want to be trying to save. This might not be where you want to save money because you actually want this to be something that, is a bonus to you. You can also consider expanding that non-flammable perimeter into a full-on patio or a non-wood deck. And that can also give you a really great place to sit outside. You can have your coffee in the morning, you can have a glass of wine at night, you can have people over once COVID's over and you can actually have gatherings again. So this can be, some things to think about how to use your space. And so if you're not stuck on, the idea that there have to be, trees right against the house, now that kind of gives you an opportunity to play with some more pleasant outdoor spaces. And so, if you have too much of a slope for some of that type of a patio, consider putting in a non-wood deck. And so some of the engineered composite lumber will work. I do want to say as a caveat though, that you do want to make sure that if you do have a composite lumber, that it has been treated to be with a fire retardant, because if it hasn't, and this would be some of the more cheaper knockoff brands, it can be more flammable than wood. So it makes sure that it is treated with a fire retardant. So again, this can be a really wonderful space right around your house. And so don't just dismiss that as, oh, I have to do this ugly 3 to 5 feet. So another concern is just that, your foundation is going to, once I take away some of the trees, or maybe, if you've got ground juniper around your house, that if you took this away, that the foundation is going to be ugly or it's going to look bare. And, there's a reason that we have this concept of foundation plantings, because, you kind of want to soften the edge of the house. And so, I get the urge. But, planting something like juniper, which is the classic foundation planting, is not a good idea in a fire, if in the wildland urban interface. And so really don't, use ground juniper as a foundation planting. So things that you can do if you're concerned about this would be to, make the foundation more attractive with, you can add a stone veneer, if you're building, just, make that foundation, be an attractive part of the building. But you can also retrofit. So here was just an ad I found on the internet of just, look, you can use our product and put up some, a stone facade to cover that up. So, something like this. Or I found, this is in a house near me that had, just a, rusted corrugated metal as their foundation, which I thought was very attractive. I wouldn't put these grasses right near here, but otherwise, if you got rid of these grasses, then this would be an excellent, very functional and attractive foundation of the house. Another thing, if you have just an ugly foundation and you really kind of want that softening effect, is you could use boulders to soften that transition. So kind of imagine creating a big rock garden right at the, base of your house. And, and kind of, you could plant in here, but primarily you're looking at the non-flammable boulders. You can plant some short, widely spaced plants that have a high water content if you do use this kind of rock garden concept, but you don't want to have any of them, right against the base of the house. But you could certainly be, considering doing something. This may be a little bit more planted up than I'd like to see, but all of these plants are high water content, and so this would probably not be an issue. So some of the plants that you could plant in that rock garden first 3 to 5 foot area, and remember, ideally you'll have no vegetation, but I realize what a big ask that is. And so you can go ahead and plant some plants, just again, they need to be high water content, they need to be short, and they need to be widely spaced. And so you have the plant list that Katie sent out, so I'm not going to belabor, I'm not going to read you off these, but this is just for some, reference for some things that would be good planted in that area. And so now I'm going to move on from that first 3 to 5 feet, how to go further out to that 30 feet out. And so just some general tips would be only using fire-wise plant materials within that first 30 feet. Seems kind of obvious, but that's an important consideration. So fire-wise plant materials are species that are, again, closer to the ground. So the closer you are to your house, the shorter the plants should be. And then as you go out more towards the edge of that 30 feet, you can go with taller plants. Also have plants that have, a low sap or resin content. So that's why we say no conifers within that first 30 feet, no sages, and certainly no junipers within that first 30 feet. You also want plants that don't shed or accumulate a lot of dead branches. Anything with like needles or leaves or just anything that's like going to be dry that the embers could land on and catch that shrub on fire. And they also don't want them to be dropping a lot of that onto the ground, because again, if that, if it accumulates a lot of dead leaves and other things underneath it, then the embers landing on that, can catch on fire. You also want them to be able to be, easily maintained and pruned. And you do want to prune back the dead material in the springtime, so you don't have the dead tops of perennials that dry out and then become flammable in the summer. So you do want to prune them all the way back. And then you want them to be drought tolerant, because you don't want plants that are sort of dried out and dead. You want plants that can, that can thrive on, more of your local rainfall. And almost all of the suggestions, if you look up all the different Firewise landscaping literature, they pretty much all recommend native plants as the best plant materials to use. And then you also want to select a diversity of species. And the reason is because certain species of plants will be more susceptible to burning at different times of the year. So you don't want to have, your entire yard kind of dried out and ripe for an ember to land and catch on fire. So kind of think about having a diversity, not to mention that actually makes for a more beautiful garden anyway and better habitat. So some plants that you should not be planting in that first 30 feet are, again, anything that, like big Western sage not only has flammable volatiles in it, it also accumulates some, dead branches, and, the flowering stalks can get, can be flammable. So you don't want to be planting big Western sage. Rosemary has a lot of flammable oils. Junipers, again, we talked about them, big no-no, and your pines and spruces, and even arborvitae for the same reasons. You also don't want to have the grasses that dry out. So like that picture I showed you with that with the rusted corrugated area, those would be flammable. So you don't want to have that kind of a grass, or really tall big grass like a miscanthus type species. Brooms are also, the cytisus are quite flammable, so you want to avoid those. Also Japanese honeysuckle and rabbit brush. So those would be things that you want to avoid within that first 30 feet. Another tip would be to try to water your plants within that first 30 feet. So, you know, if you have water rights, then, you know, you can use drip irrigation, you can use traditional sprinklers, whatever you can, just to keep all those plants well watered, because that increases the water content and reduces the chances of them catching on fire. Now, if you don't have water rights, you know, again, consider trying to do some of those tricks that we talked about with, you know, directing the water, you know, just all of the things you can do to keep as much water on your property as possible. And then for mulch, don't use a flammable mulch. So bark mulch, chips, all of the kinds of organic mulches that you might be using in order to keep in moisture, which you'd think on the face of it would be a good idea. Those are that kind of bark or that kind of organic mulch can carry flames. Even a recycled rubber mulch can carry flames. So think about using things like a pea gravel mulch like you see here, or plant plants so closely together that you don't even need a mulch, that they will just you know, act as a living mulch. But you definitely don't want to have anything that's combustible. Another thing to do is to create a fuel break within your garden. So, you know, you can do pathways in there. You can create, you know, put in a rock wall that will make a nice little cozy seating area. You could even have an irrigated lawn be a fuels break, depending, again, on whether you have the water rights for it. But this would be a nice fuels break. So all of these are tricks that you can do to create a little bit of you know, just keep the, you know, so again, what we're trying to do is avoid the embers or even a grass fire catching on and then just being able to run completely all the way up to your house. This would peter out right here in the gravel. The rock wall here would stop it. This irrigated grass would also stop any fire that was running up to your house. And even if you have a you know, sloping lot, you can put in the garden, you know, if you terrace it and, you know, use stones or you know, timbers to landscape with. So, you know, just because you have a sloping lot does not mean you can't enjoy that. You can't put in the, you know, sort of perennials and other kinds of things that will make that treeless area more attractive. In the springtime, again, make sure you trim back perennials, ornamental grasses to remove anything that's dry and dead. And then if you do have a lawn, then make sure that it stays mowed to a height of 4 inches or lower. So you don't really go too low, because for those of you who have taken the lawn class, you know, you don't want to go below that 3 inches height, but you also don't want to let your grass just go wild and get high and dry and brown. So let's talk about some things that you can plant. So, you know, and one of the beauties of opening up some space around your house by cutting down some of the trees is that now you have the room to have a garden. And you can, you know, so there are lots of fire-wise, drought-tolerant native perennials that will not only be beautiful for you as a gardener, but will provide habitat for pollinators and, you know, provide habitat for birds. And so this is really something that, you know, it gives back to you. So even if, again, you're on a slope or whatever, you can still plant a garden that will be beautiful and that will make your house feel, you know, that will remove that moonscapey sense of cutting down the trees. So I'm just going to kind of take a little tour of some of the plants that you could consider planting. So we've got pasque flower, which is an early blooming plant that is excellent for pollinators, and golden banner. So these are just two plants that sort of pop up in the early spring that provide some color. This golden banner and these plants are native plants. So I think I mentioned that, but you know, because again, the recommendations for Firewise landscaping are almost across the board to use native plants. So these are, you know, the ones I'm going to be highlighting here are all native plants. This golden banner is a great plant if you're, want it to take up some space or, like go on a slope. It can be a bit of an aggressive plant because it grows by rhizomes. So if it's not something, if you don't have a lot of space, maybe the golden banner isn't your best choice. Penstemons are great plants. They're firewise. They're perfect for pollinators, and they also provide a lot of color and interest. And so you can get some of these, the spring blooming penstemons, like the orchid penstemon, also known as sidebells penstemon, and the blue mist penstemon that bloom in the early season. And then you can get some of the plants that bloom a little bit later in the season, such as the Rocky Mountain penstemon and the scarlet bugler penstemon. So these are going to be beautiful, low maintenance plants that are so rewarding in your garden. And then other sort of lower plants that you could plant sort of towards the front of your house would be sulfur flower and prairie smoke. Sulfur flower has chartreuse flowers in the spring, hosts to a lot of different butterflies, and has a good winter interest as well. The prairie smoke has some beautiful nodding pink flower heads, and then they also get these pink fuzzy seed heads later on in the season. Silver lupin and yarrow are summer bloomers, and so this is has beautiful blue flowers, good for a lot of different pollinators. And then the yarrow can be an aggressive plant, so this would be another plant that would be good for hillsides or anything with slopes, or if you just want to have it take over quite a lot of space, that would be another good choice. And again, maybe not ideal if you only have a small amount of space in your garden. Bee balm and black-eyed Susan are another two summer bloomers that good for a lot of different kinds of pollinators. The black-eyed Susan is only a biennial, so it will self-sow unless all the finches that come and eat the seed heads are too thorough in their eating, and then you might need to replant with more seeds for future plants. Harebells and blanket flower are another two summer bloomers. So harebells is this delicate little flower that blooms in the summertime, attracts different bumblebees. And then the blanket flower is beautiful, vivid yellow flower, looks great with the Rocky Mountain penstemon here. Showy daisy and columbine, I think, look beautiful together. So they kind of have this nice purple theme going. And so the showy daisy will attract various different butterflies. Columbines will attract hummingbirds and some other bees. I would say columbines are going to be more successful at slightly higher elevations. So mountain gardeners, this would be a fantastic combination for you. You can do it at lower elevations. It'll just be a little bit harder. And I think I would probably put this on the east or north sides of your house, just because the columbines, especially our blue Colorado columbine, can't handle a lot of heat. If you want columbines, but you're in a pretty hot climate, you could consider the golden columbine instead. Opuntias, so the prickly pear cactus, are actually extremely fire resistant. And so you could probably plant these right by your house if you didn't mind the prickles, the thorns from them, just because they are very, very hard to ignite, just because they're succulent and they're beautiful. I mean, there's some gorgeous species of prickly pears, and there's hybrids, and then there's the native species. And Opuntia phaeacantha has beautiful large red fruits that hang on well into the fall. And so that would be, something else to consider with just the, having something that's, has a lot of presence right at the base of your house. But again, you might not want to have that right near your house, because if you're walking by it, you really don't want to have either the spines or the glochids in your feet. And if you have dogs that are, running around right outside your house, again, probably not your best choice. Yuccas are also extremely fire resistant. And so you could, they're very xeric, and they have beautiful white flowers in the early part of the summer. And so you could have a great looking fire resistant garden, that would be very, very xeric if you planted yucca and opuntia maybe, a little bit away from your house. Some non-native suggestions that are still in the Firewise category and still drought tolerant would include hardy geraniums, rock rose, lupins, oriental poppy, Jupiter's beard, salvias, agastaches, and even the bulbs that bloom in the springtime, because they, once they flower, they'll drop back down into the underground and not have any sort of fire, not have anything to carry flames. So spring bulbs would actually be something that you could consider planting, closer to your house, because usually the spring is the time when the soils and we have the most moisture content. And so that would be something to consider near your house. Moving on to shrubs. So you kind of want to be careful with shrubs. You don't want to have continuous shrubs, within that first 30 feet. So if you are going to have a shrub or two, the patch should be less than 100 square feet within that first 30 feet, and try not to have any shrubs at all within the first 15 feet of your house. So you kind of want to think about, maybe creating a hedge row that is about 30 feet away from your house, and that can, help create a, the privacy screen. Because if you cut down some trees that were, hiding your house from your neighbor, or your, dining area from your neighbor, put some shrubs out there to create, that will help create that privacy screen back. And the shrubs should have, a high water content. So things like lilacs and mock oranges would be good choices. And things like Apache plume, which is a very drought tolerant native plant, it does start to accumulate some, like dead branches and other kinds of things. And so you want to be a little bit more cautious with that. And mountain mahogany, another native, I would sort of not be planting within that first, or use, don't, or think twice about planting it there. So some shrubs that would be good choices in this area would be serviceberry. So this has white flowers in the spring, followed by blue edible berries that are good for deer. Good for birds, but also deer resistant. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say there. And also turns beautiful orange in the fall. Chokecherry is another great plant. It has a high water content. It has fragrant white flowers in the springtime, attracts a lot of different pollinators. In fact, it's one of the best habitat plants that you can plant. I would say its downside is that it in good soil with regular irrigation, it can sucker a lot and take up a lot of space. Now that could be a good thing depending on your yard and what your goals are, or it could be a really bad thing. So be aware that it can sucker. You can control the suckers by clipping them back every year, but just know that that is an ongoing issue. It also develops some beautiful blackish berries that are edible later in the season and turns a beautiful fall red. Excuse me, shrubby cinquefoil has beautiful yellow flowers for a long season and is good for a variety of different pollinators and is a surprisingly tough plant. Golden currant has yellow flowers in the springtime that attract hummingbirds, and then a yellow to black berry depending on the individual, and that's edible or good for birds, and then it turns a beautiful red in the fall. Boulder raspberry is a shrub that actually will bloom in the shade, so that's a pretty good feature. It has large white flowers in the spring and this sort of beautiful reddish bark, so it kind of gives some good winter interest. And then red twig dogwood is the classic winter interest shrub, but it has more seasons of interest than just winter. It has white flowers in the springtime and then white berries later on that are attractive to different birds, and then the beautiful red twigs in the wintertime. All right, questions?
Irene, there was a question earlier, like what is the guideline if you have a native prairie grass lawn within 30 feet of your property, of your house?
You want to keep it mowed to 4 inches. So this would be one of those situations that would not be you're not going to be able to have it be, you know, sort of that beautiful free flowering grass. You could probably get away with having it be a little bit taller towards the end of the, you know, like the outside edge of the 30 feet, but certainly within the 15 feet of your house, it should be mowed. And, you know, just because the prairie grass lawns do tend to, you know, dry out in the fall, which is a pretty serious fire season. And so I think that I would be cautious about, you know, and that it's not the same as an irrigated lawn. So I would either mow it or consider, you know, replacing part of it with, you know, just xeric perennials closer to the house.
Irene, any concerns about some of those native perennials getting large quantities of snow piled up on them?
The perennials can handle it. So the shrubs I would be a little bit more concerned about, but the perennials will be able to tolerate large, you know, the snow. That's not, you know, unless you have, you've planted a native perennial that is, you know, requires a well-drained soil, and you have clay soils, and then, you know, you just get a lot, I mean, you could get some root rot in that situation, but if you're planting, you know, a perennial that has, that's appropriate for your soil type, I wouldn't worry about the snow.
Okay, how about silver lupin and are they particularly sensitive in different parts of the native garden? Are they tricky to propagate?
No, I mean, silver lupin is actually a pretty tough plant, and it can actually handle a pretty wide range of soil types. And so I would think it would be fine within, you know, like, you know, it's a little bit taller, so maybe I'd move it a little bit further out than planting it, you know, right in that first transitional area, you know, near your house. But there shouldn't be, it should be relatively, you know, I'd say the harder thing is to try to find it.
So there's two plants people want to know if they're good for foundation planting. One is catmint and the other is barberries.
So I will, so barberry is a shrub, and you should have no shrubs within 15 feet. So barberry is out. It's also, I think, fairly flammable. So if you're gonna plant a barberry, I would plant it 30 feet away from your house. Catmint has some volatile compounds. It's also tall. So as a foundation plant, it's not acceptable because it's tall. Even like the little Trudy is still a little bit too tall. Remember that in that first, so a foundation plant is, you know, within that first, you know, usually the first 3 to 5 feet of your house. And so you really only want to have the really low growing ground covers. So I would put catmint further out, you know, and especially the taller varieties, put them, you know, more than 15 feet away from your house.
And what about a vegetable garden against the southern wall?
Well, I mean, that would be well irrigated. So I think I would just be cautious about what material the beds are made out of. And if they're not, if they're just in ground, or if they're made with like a galvanized steel or, you know, something like that, I think I'd be cautious about having wooden raised beds, you know, right near the house, just because, again, that could act sort of similar to a fence. And so, but I would say if you can, you know, I would say vegetables are going to be way on the low end of flammability. So I would say you'd be more concerned about your, more concerned about the beds, and then also make sure that you don't leave all of the debris up in the fall, you know, like as plants, make sure you clip things back so they don't dry out and become flammable. So just make sure that that you clip off all the dead material. Other questions?
Well, we've had a question come in about growing commercial hops within the within that perimeter.
I think Well, I would have to look that up. I think hops though are fairly volatile. I would be, I don't know. I would have to look that up to be sure. But I would feel a little bit of concern about that. And also
Okay.
just, as they get, especially as they dry out, I would think that they become fairly flammable at that, like just as you're getting on towards harvesting them. My guess is that they would, and they also, they do have a lot of volatile oils in them, which is why, the fragrance of them. And so, I don't know, I think I would be quite concerned about hops, but I'd have to double check.
And then another intriguing question here, what about composting areas? I would think that would depend on the type of composting that you're doing.
Yes, so like if you're composting pine needles, for example, I would compost those 30 feet out. If you're composting vegetable scraps, it's probably less of an issue. If you're composting manure though, manure has the potential to spontaneously combust. And, so you do want to kind of think about that. And so I think in general, I would try to keep most composting, especially if you are doing something like manure or, pine needles, keep it further away from your house. Probably just, your little kitchen scrappy type compost could be closer. Because it, especially if you're keeping it moist and not letting it all dry out. I mean, if you're doing the extremely low input composting where you basically just dumping things and letting nature take its course and letting it kind of dry out, that could potentially become flammable. And if you're composting a lot of leaves, I would keep them moist as well, just because they could, if they're very dry, they could catch on fire.
Hey, so I just wanted to kind of reiterate who needs to be concerned about fire-wise landscaping, as clearly we're seeing some climate change impact our state significantly with drier, more erratic weather. And we have a lot of folks on here who are Front Range residents. And you yourself now are a Front Range resident in an area that has seen significant wildfires in residential areas that I think historically have thought they're not at risk. So some questions have come in just, hey, what's the realistic fire risk for suburbia along the Front Range?
Suburbia, I would say it's pretty high. So, like I would say most of suburbia is within the wildland urban interface. I mean, El Paso County, just for example, I can't remember, over half of El Paso County is in the wildland urban interface. So the only places that I would say are pretty safe are, city centers. So for example, if you live in Denver, your risk of fire is probably not that high. But if you're living in Boulder and you're living up towards the foothills, the edges of town, I mean, there was a fire that came all the way down, and was creeping into, Boulder proper, like some of the, streets came right down the edge. That could have, if there had been more wind, it could have like swept through parts of town of Boulder. And a lot of Colorado Springs is all the edges of Colorado Springs are in the wildland urban interface. So the downtown area, not so much. Outside of, like the majority of Colorado Springs, definitely. So even as you get out to the Eastern Plains, there can be grass fires, and grass fires can carry in, they can cause a lot of embers. And so they can, catch. And so, Colorado Springs area had, the Waldo Canyon, the Black Forest fire. I mean, just all kinds of fires in recent years. And if you look like Estes Park, had fire coming into Estes Park, even though that's kind of an urban area. I don't know how threatened, I didn't look at the fire map that closely, but, some of the Western Slope towns were, at least the edges of them were under threat. So I would say, again, 65% of Coloradans live in the wildland urban interface and are at high risk for fire. So just because you think, oh, I don't live in a wooded area, that doesn't mean, so in fact, actually I had this question. So the city of Fountain, I don't know how many people are familiar with the city of Fountain, but it's south of Colorado Springs. It's not in the forested landscape, it's on the plains, it's kind of near a river. And, they were, somebody was asking me like, what's the fire risk there? Well, the city of Fountain actually has I can't remember exactly the figure, but it was like 50% of the city of Fountain was in the wildland urban interface. And that would be very surprising to people who, if your vision of what a fire risk area is a home surrounded by pine trees in the mountains, that is not true. So Fort Collins, the people who lived on the edge of Fort Collins last summer, I have a friend who lives right near Horsetooth Reservoir, and her house, she was watching as the fire crept closer and closer and closer and burned down all the houses right near her. Her house didn't, the fire didn't quite get to her house, but all the edges of Fort Collins were at risk. So it's not something, I would say only city center people can be complacent.
Thanks. I think that's an important one to address, just as things really got out of hand last summer, and we may be setting up for a similar scenario. If not this year, we know it will happen in future years. So
yeah, I mean, as I said in the beginning, the State Forest Service is projecting 50 to 200% more areas impacted by fires on an annual basis.
Irene, people ask the same question in two different ways, but how far can embers travel? I'm sure it's a depends question.
It depends. So easily a half mile to a mile. In a really windy situation, it can travel even further. So I was camping up near Estes Park, I think a couple summers ago. I can't remember. It was when there was a fire on the other side of the divide, and I started getting live embers landing on me from miles and miles away over the Continental Divide. And in fact, in the last fire, I can't remember which one now, the fire was able to jump the Continental Divide due to embers. So it didn't burn up and over, it actually just blew over the Continental Divide due to ember storms. So it can travel miles and miles and miles.
And I know that we just sent out the handouts, and you've got a lot of information. You've shared a ton of information here. Are there some other good resources? Yvette has put in the Q&A that, we don't have a garden notes on Firewise planting, but she did include a great Firewise plant material fact sheet. Mm-hmm. And then are there other organizations, resources, sites, and things that you want to point out?
Yeah, I mean, the Colorado State Forest Service is going to be one of the best ones. So that, there's information on creating a defensible space. It's like called the Defensible Space Quick Guide or the D-Space Quick Guide. So I would definitely look at all the, the Colorado State Forest Service information. I'll try to pull together some of these links and resources, for people. But yeah, so but the Firewise plant materials is definitely useful, and again, mostly native plants. So,
and I just wanted to put up that there is a free webinar tomorrow on this sort of topic. So after wildfire, kind of what to do. So anybody who's been impacted by last year's fires, or know people who were, or are just concerned about what the future may hold, that this may be an interesting webinar for some people. And I thought I would have that up there for people to write down that registration link if they're interested.
All right. Anything else? Otherwise, we get to go to lunch a few minutes early.
Some other questions came in just about what to do in suburban areas, but I think Yvette's responding to that one, and it would be all of the considerations that you just shared. So I think that one has been covered. So yes, let's go ahead and we will get to lunch a little bit early. And what that means is that we will be back at 11, no, sorry.
No, actually, I still want to get back.
Yes, we're not going to come back early. 12:15, we'll get started with wildlife in the garden.
So we go from wildfire to wildlife, and sometimes my brain gets confused saying those two words. So anyway.
So we are back for the afternoon. We've got some great topics ahead of us. including wildlife in the garden and native plants. And we are back with our crew. Dr. Irene Shonle will be our presenter this afternoon as well. She's the CSU Extension Horticulturalist in El Paso County. And you know, one of the things that we also get stuck in an extension is talking about counties rather than locations of cities. And I think a lot of times people who are not familiar with all the counties across Colorado, you're like, I don't really know where El Paso County is. That's Colorado Springs area. But Irene, given her background in Gilpin County, which is up just in the foothills west of Denver, so Black Hawk area, she's familiar with that area, and she also has family down in the Canyon City area, so she's familiar with a variety of climates, which makes her just perfect for this topic. Kurt Jones is in Chaffee County, and that's in the Salida area, so more central Colorado mountain area. And Yvette Henson is down in the San Miguel Basin, which is Telluride, Norwood area, and also I think the Montrose, East Montrose County area.
West Montrose.
West
so Paradox,
Montrose.
Bedrock, Nucla, Natarita.
Yeah, so I think that's awesome to demonstrate that we truly are all across the state. One of the things I like to say about CSU Extension and the Colorado Master Gardener Program is that wherever you are in Colorado, we're local. And that's really true. We have a presence in all 64 counties across our great state. Okay, I think I have said enough. So I'm gonna pass this over to you, Irene. You can share your screen and get going with wildlife.
It says you disabled participants. Did you make, I had to get off to do the other thing. So you have to make me, host again.
Yes, here we go with our Zoom. There we go. Okay, should be able to share now.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, so well, maybe we're not quite getting into lighter stuff yet because this is still challenges with wildlife. This isn't the fun wildlife for the garden. This is your critters that are eating your garden. So I guess it's appropriate to be right after lunch because this is what the critters are eating. So the first thing I want to talk about with gardening with wildlife is just to remember that, where we have wildlife, where we live, we have wildlife, and that's where the animals are making their living. And so we kind of have to remember that it's not just all about us people. The animals need to make a living as well. And you're also, depending on where you live, you're going to have some degree of wildlife, and you're never going to be able to permanently get rid of all of your problem creatures. So it's partly just like a mental thing, like don't get into the war mentality with all the wildlife because you will end up being stressed out and not a happy gardener. So I recommend that where possible, we learn to live with our wild neighbors. And so just, look at how bad is the damage really? Sometimes people completely freak out because, one plant got eaten. And that doesn't mean it's a crisis, So if it's just a few plants or just one area or, one garden bed or, maybe it's just not that big a deal. Or maybe it's, you had a herd of elk go through and, it caused some problems, but they won't be coming back. Or did they just eat some leaves or did they actually manage to kill your, whole tree? So, maybe it's just not that big a deal. And with a little adjustment in your, with your mind or the people you're working with mind, it just might not be such a big deal. But if you can't live with the damage, then now we need to be talking about exclusion. So we'll be talking about exclusion for all the different animals as we get through them. And this is really your only long-term solution. It's the only way that you're going to sort of get rid of the problem. And that's a combination of making your yard less attractive and then doing some active exclusion techniques. So the things that attract animals to your yard are, food. So all the plants that you have in your yard that may be enticing them, but also could be, other animals that have come into your yard might attract some other predators. Water, if you have bird baths, or shelter in the form of, evergreens or the pile of brush that you have, stacked up. All of those things could be, attracting critters into your yard. And also bird feeders. So, they attract other things than birds. You get bears and squirrels and deer and, rabbits. So think about that as well. So in general, the plants in your yard that are going to be the most attractive to critters are, young and small plants, and particularly when they're just planted from the nursery, because in the nursery, they're, coddled and they're trying to grow them and have them be as lush and enticing for you to buy. So they're And they also are often protected from the wind, really well fertilized. So you put those out in the garden, and even if it's a critter resistant plant, it may get eaten just because it hasn't had time to develop any of its secondary metabolites that help protect it, or it's not tough anymore. So also, over fertilized plants, if you over fertilize in your own garden, then that will create succulent young fast growing shoots that are delectable for critters. And then also a lot of non-native plants are fairly attractive to critters. So plants in general that are a little bit less palatable to critters include, well, first of all, I want to say that there are, you can sometimes find lists of plants or symbols for plants that are less attractive to critters on labels or in catalog descriptions. So, if you find something like this, that's a good bet, but you don't always see that. You can't always find this information if you're looking, particularly if you're shopping in a nursery or whatever. And so some characteristics of less palatable plants are ones that are very aromatic. So think of something like a catmint, or plants that have a bitter taste, or cacti that have prickles and spines, or things like oak that have very tough and leathery leaves, or toxic plants like a milkweed, or like milky sap that also has, or daffodils are another toxic plant. So anyway, so there is something, and you will, I'll put in the resources link rather than a handout, a list of critter resistant plants, but there's no such thing as a entirely critter resistant plant, because the thing is that animals have taste, sort of cultural taste. So what is, left alone, so like a full critter-proof plant in one area could get eaten in another simply because the animals in a particular location have learned to eat a particular plant, and they've taught each other how to eat that. Because sometimes the plants that are a little bit more critter resistant may not actually be toxic. They just, like taste funny. So like you trying a new culture, a new cuisine, new ethnic cuisine. So, it's sort of like cilantro may be delicious after you've learned to like it, but you don't like it in the beginning. And also, plants that don't get eaten initially can get eaten if there's a lot of, just scarcity of their natural food sources due to drought or fire or, whatever. So there's no such thing as an entirely foolproof plant, but there are plants that are a little bit better than others. So the last option, so we want to be working on exclusion and reducing the attractiveness of the plants in our yard. And our last option is relocating or exterminating the animals. So this is not, this is not what we want to go to as our first thing. And so if you are going to relocate or exterminate animals, I would recommend, talking to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, wildlife rehab centers, or, private animal control vendors. Do know that there are laws concerning the, wildlife. And so this particular, our Colorado wildlife law says that if wildlife is causing damage to crops, real or personal property, or livestock, you can hunt, trap, or take the following wildlife on. And so this is in your the handout. So I'm not going to read through all of these, but like you can see that we've got bobcats and coyotes and porcupines and squirrels and muskrats and so a whole bunch of different things. And then also down here you can kill skunks or rattlesnakes when necessary. So there's a bunch of wildlife that you can deal with if they're causing damage to crops or real or personal property. Interestingly, dogs do not count as as something. So shooting a bear to protect your dog is actually not a legal. You cannot legally shoot a bear to protect your dog. But if the bear were destroying your car, you could. So go figure. So there are actually only 3 species of animals that you can relocate, and that is tree squirrels, cottontail rabbits, and raccoons. All other species of wildlife cannot be relocated. They cannot be relocated without a permit. So you can relocate these 3 species yourself, but if you do, you have to notify Parks and Wildlife in advance. You have to make sure that the relocation site is appropriate habitat for the species, get permission from the landowner, and do it within 10 miles of your capture site. Now, notice that mice, chipmunks, and other kinds of things that you might want to move are not on this list. So you cannot move a mouse away from your house and relocate it elsewhere with have a heart trap. And the reason for this is, so that may feel shocking to you that, you've always relocated mice, but, the relocating is not quite as kind as it may initially seem, because, first of all, you're going to take this animal to a whole new location. It's going to be very disoriented. It's going to try to get back to its house and, its original place. And it's, very likely to be hit by a vehicle or killed by a hawk or whatever while trying to return. And then if it doesn't try to return, it's going to not know, where there's food and water and shelter. And if you put it in a poor area, it's going to die. And if it's a good area, there's probably going to be other animals of its same species there. And it's probably going to have to fight them for, for a spot. Also, you can spread diseases. And then also, just know that if you trap one animal, if you've got, mice or raccoons or, whatever, that you take it away, probably some new critter is going to come back in, or maybe even the old one will figure out a way back. So relocation may seem like the kindest, most humane answer, but it's really not quite as friendly as it might seem. Any questions on the law or relocation?
There was a question earlier. Let me see if I can remember, because I've been asked so many questions since then. Oh, you know what, Irene, let's wait till the next question time.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so now we're going to get on to some of the individual critters we have to deal with. So first of all, if it's a burrowing critter, I do want to point out that there's a fact sheet 6.521, which is burrowing animals determining the species by burrows and damage. And this is really handy. So if you've got like, something is eating, digging up your lawn or, eating the roots off your plants or just anything like that, this can help you figure out who it is, because you don't want to, be trying to deal with a vole when actually you have a pocket gopher problem. So you definitely want to figure out who done it before you make any sort of corrective measures. So another thing, if you're relatively new to Colorado, you may think that we have moles, but we don't. We only have them in the very, very eastern plains in Colorado, and then pretty rarely. So typically, if it's something that is causing more of a mole-like problem, it's probably a pocket gopher and not a mole. So pocket gophers, just quick biology, they don't hibernate, so they're active all winter long, and they tend to live alone within their burrow systems unless the female is raising her brood. And they have 1 to 3 litters per year with 5 to 6 young per litter. And they are herbivorous, and they will, they go for herbaceous plants, shrubs, trees. They use their sense of smell to locate food underground as they're digging their burrows, and they'll feed on the roots of your plants. So they are extremely destructive because, plants can withstand some above ground damage, but it's very hard for them to recover from, their roots being completely severed. But you wouldn't want to just completely get rid of pocket gophers if you could wave a magic wand, because overall they're actually quite important in our, ecosystem. They increase soil fertility, they aerate the soil, so you actually can get something called gopher gardens where you have, where there were pocket gophers, recently you'll actually get like a really lush growth of plants. And so, you might not want them in your yard, but, we don't want to wipe them off the face of this earth. So it's important to understand the burrows of pocket gophers. So the burrows will be 6 inches to 6 feet below the surface of the ground, depending on your climate. And they're about 2.5 to 3.5 inches in diameter. And normally the pocket gophers plug the holes of their burrows, and that helps to keep temperatures regulated and predators out. Their territories are anywhere from 200 square feet to 2,200 square feet, depending on how old the gophers are. And any new gopher that tries to come into somebody's territory will be repelled, sometimes to the death. So what you're looking for with the pocket gophers, so in the springtime, you'll see these things. They're called eskers. I like to call them soil sausages because they're completely solid tubes of soil on top of the ground. And you might be, like when I first saw these years and years ago, I thought, what the heck is that? How do you have a solid tube? And it's the pocket gophers that are burrowing underneath, and they're coming up and they're putting all the soil into the snow, and that packs it into like a little bit of a tube. In the summertime, you just get, when they excavate the dirt, they just sort of throw it out to this, just, on the ground. So you'll see just like these big mounds like this. And again, we have a closed hole. So this is what the holes look like, their whole burrow system from above. And so what you'll see is, you've got the different entryways, and they'll often plug these with soil. So that's why they're colored brown. And so you'll just see that, so you won't always, they will leave them plugged unless, they're actively going out for that moment. And since they spend most of their time underground, they're mostly not open. And so under here, you'll see, their the food and, brooding chambers. And so you just see that there's this whole, burrow system underneath there, and what, and that you won't necessarily find, instant access into the burrow system just because you find that mound up on top. So as I mentioned before, the pocket gophers eat the roots of plants, which really stinks because, again, that's going to kill your plant. So this is what, so this was when I was in Gilpin in the demonstration garden we had out there. We had 3 nice columbines going. And all of a sudden one day I went out and I looked, and this columbine was completely withered. And I thought, what? It can't be a watering issue because these ones are fine. What's going on? And I, pulled it, and the whole plant just came completely out of the ground. And so here we've got the little mound of the pocket gopher right here at the base of this wilting plant. So the best way to deal with pocket gophers is to exclude them. And so, but it's a little bit tricky because they are underground. And so one of the best ways to exclude them is to create some sort of a raised bed and put a 1/4 inch wire mesh, which is also known as hardware cloth, on the bottom. Now, I know that you can't do that for all circumstances, but that would be, if you're creating any sort of vegetable garden or redoing any sort of perennial garden and you have a lot of pocket gophers in your area, it is very worthwhile building in some sort of exclusion. You can also try what we ended up doing in Gilpin County, which, we tried to, we had horrible pocket gopher situation, and we couldn't block it all off because A, it was a really big area, and B, there were sidewalks, around the garden where, they could just sort of scurry over. So what we did was we dug a trench that was 20 inches deep, and we put this hardware cloth there. So this hardware cloth was 3 feet in width, and so it stuck up above the ground about 1 foot. So we buried it about 2 feet under, kind of folded over the edge at the bottom. So it's like a 2-inch foot at the bottom just to keep them from going in. And then we just left this here. We left it sitting above ground, which isn't the most attractive solution, but it did keep them, if they were going underground, they ran into the barrier, there wouldn't be anything to stop them from coming up and just popping over here, which they would do with the sidewalk. So this was helpful. I cannot say that it entirely solved the problem, again, with the sidewalks that we had, but it made it possible to even have a garden, which we didn't have for a number of years. Every single year over the winter, the pocket gophers would just completely destroy everything. Another thing you could do is just protect individual plants. So you could create a wire basket for a smaller plant and just plant that in with when you're planting the plant. And so make sure that the mesh is ideally would be a 1/4 inch holes, but you could probably get away with up to a 1/2 inch hole. But when you're planting this, make sure that you do think about the mature size of the plant. So if you have a little plant that you bought from the nursery, And you might think, I just need a small little mesh, but no, you need to think about it, how it's going to be if it gets to be 18 inches wide. You're going to need to put a pretty big mesh in there to protect the plants. So you can also, if you're trying to plant bulbs that they'll like, you could try to do some sort of a wire basket, for the bulbs with the same, concept. This is a gardener in Gilpin County who just, they were really trying to grow vegetable gardens, and they, had so many pocket gopher issues that they actually used, a machine to dig out a garden bed, and they just lined the whole garden bed with hardware cloth. And sometimes that's just what you have to do if you're dealing with a lot of them. You may hear of a lot of ineffective methods that are recommended, especially if you go out on the internet and do some searches. So things like sonic devices, they get used to really quickly and they don't care. There's gopher plants that you'll see, and other repellents. I have not found a single pocket gopher repellent that works. Things like fumigants don't tend to work all that well, and they're pretty hard to control just because they have such a sprawling burrow system. And then juicy fruit gum, which is for some reason a very popular myth. People say that the story goes that they'll eat it and that it'll plug up their stomach and they'll explode, or just it'll stop them up and they'll starve. It doesn't work. If you've ever swallowed gum, you know that you will just digest it. It does not stop you up. So excluding them is good, but you may have some pocket gophers that you have to deal with right now before you can exclude them. And so if you've got some pocket gophers that are just really causing problems, know that it's very hard to shoot them because they rarely come above ground. So that leaves the options of trapping them or poisoning them. And so if you're going to do that, what you want to do is look for the fresh mounds, because that's where they're going to be active. So I go out, stomp down the old mounds. So every mound that you see in the area, just stomp it down flat. And then the next day, look for where you get a new mound coming up. And that's where they're going to be the most active. So you can use traps. And so there's, there is a fact sheet on, dealing with the pocket gopher. So I'm not going to get too detailed about the trapping, but it's most successful in the spring and fall. And if you do want to read about, the trapping in the fact sheet, I'm sure either Kurt or Yvette might be able to put that in the chat for everybody. But here's what the traps look like. I personally did not have a lot of success with using traps. And so I ended up, going with poison, which isn't my favorite thing, but at least I did research it. And it is a fairly quick death, so it's not as, because I'm much more in the exclude animals rather than kill them. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. So if you do, again, this is in the fact sheet. The one thing that the question I always get about using pocket gopher toxicants is, can it poison up the food chain? And with pocket gophers, because they live underground and they die up underground, it's very unlikely to go up the food chain. So it's not something that's going to be, like a mouse that goes outside that's poisoned. A fox can get it, or a bird can get it, and it can kill the up the food chain. Whereas the pocket gopher is going to die underground, and so it's not anywhere near the same problem. And so because of that, there are, you can use certain toxicants that you can't use for other species that are much more likely to, go up the food chain. The most common thing you can buy is zinc phosphide, which is, sold as poison peanuts. You can buy it as mole or gopher bait. Strychnine's usually restricted use, as is rosol. And then there's also another one that you can sometimes find called Eaton's Answer, which is defascinone in a paraffin bait block. And that can be useful if you, because they don't degrade as quickly. So if a new gopher comes in after the old one dies, then the bait will still be there for them to take. So applying the toxicants, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this just because it's not, there's some tricks that aren't really in the fact sheet. But so if you found your new mound, but it's often hard to figure out where that burrow is because it's plugged. And so like I walk around on the ground and and just where my foot goes in, that's an access into the burrow. And then you would apply the pellets there, and then kind of make sure that they're well into the burrow system, and then kind of cover back up the hole. If you see new mounds coming up, then you know that you didn't, it didn't work, and so then you need to try again. Okay, now we're getting on to voles. And so voles are so often blamed for things that pocket gophers do. So we have 4 species of voles in Colorado. And you know, they tend to not eat the roots of plants. And so but people always blame voles for everything. So voles are, they're active both days and nights, and they don't hibernate, but they have short, shallow burrows. And they're somewhat gregarious. You can have adults and young in a burrow system, and their home ranges are 1/4 acre or less. And they tend to have these big cyclical populations. So you'll get huge numbers of voles every 3 to 6 years, and then their populations will collapse back down. So that's a pretty typical cycle for voles. And voles are, again, you wouldn't want to wish them away because they are critical species for a lot of other mammals and, you know, birds, hawks, owls, eagles even. So, you know, we want to keep them around as, you know, part of the ecosystem, but they can be pretty frustrating. So they'll eat a whole variety of plants. Mostly they'll eat grasses and the herbaceous parts of plants, but in late summer and fall, they'll switch to seeds and tubers, you know, any sort of something that will help them, allow them to store it through the winter. And they'll also switch to eating bark in the fall and winter. And here's where they can cause the real damage, is when they girdle the trees and shrubs. A very few of them eat root bark, but really the main problem with the voles is the above ground damage. And so the trees and shrubs are the most devastating impact that they can have. So voles you can distinguish by, they have open holes, unlike the pocket gophers, and they're also smaller holes. And then they also have these runways that come out of them. So I took this in the winter time where you can see that here's the hole, and here they are just running out. And here's another example. So you got the hole, and they just go back and forth in a very stereotypical pattern right along these runways. So this is what it looks like in a lawn. You got the open hole, you got the runways, you got the open hole. You can see them eating the grass back in these areas. So this is all just voles. This is a master gardener. I think he's in Denver or Arapahoe. I'm not sure. This is his photograph of his lawn. So this was all under the cover of snow. So this just melted off, and he had all these vole runways in his lawn. So as I mentioned, the girdling of trees and shrubs is what really causes problems. So this happens again under the cover of snow. They'll come out. So, you know, this is when, you know, so the snow would have been up to this height, and only saw this damage when the snow melted. So this was a nice established tree that I had, a Toba hawthorn. Really made me mad. I had not had voles, you know, come in this kind of, do this kind of damage before. So I didn't really consider protecting the tree. I would, if I had known then what I know now, I would have protected the tree. So this was same year, lilacs, where the bark was just completely chewed off, and so both of these, both the tree and the lilac were killed. You'll often in areas, natural areas where you have a big explosion in vole population, you'll see a lot of dead ground junipers, and this is and you know, so if you see a whole hillside of suddenly dead ground junipers, you can definitely suspect the voles. And they just will, again, you look in there and you see the tooth marks, and they've just girdled that area. So the most important thing to exclude for or to protect are your trees. And so you can use tree protectors. So you can use, you know, hardware cloth, again, like we talked about with the pocket gophers, just sort of wrap that around. You do want to have the squares no bigger than a 1/4 inch square, because, you know, in either direction, because the voles can really get through very small openings. You can also use plastic mesh protectors as long as they have small openings in the mesh. So if you're doing a hardware cloth protector, what you want to do is make sure to wrap the tree higher than the maximum snow depth. So if you're getting a drift of snow, you actually want it to be pretty high on the tree. And in a perfect world, you go down 6 inches, but then you start to, interfere with the roots of the tree. So I would say that this is kind of fantasy land here. And the more important part is to try to just bury it a little bit in the ground so they don't easily get under, but then to go up as high as your maximum snow depth that you typically see. So other exclusion methods in the summertime would be to just control the vegetation, especially around a woody plant, because the voles don't want to cross bare ground or short grass because they are the prey of everybody else out there. And so they are very exposed. And so if you kind of don't give them any hiding places, then they won't want to get to that tree or shrub. So, you can cultivate or mow or, whatever to control the vegetation. Voles, some of the repellents have been somewhat effective at high concentrations, but I would not say that the repellents are really spectacularly effective with voles. But you can, try blood meal capsaicin, and the capsaicin is the hot part of hot pepper. Castor oil, coyote urine, and thyrum, which is another repellent that you can buy that to protect plants. But those are the only ones that research has shown have been effective, and most of the other ones have been shown to be ineffective. So voles, you can kill them. So the best way to deal with voles, and again, you want to exclude them, but if you just are overrun and you need to protect your garden now, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. So you could just trap them with a mouse trap, just a regular mouse trap. And so this is not a trap and release because voles were not on the list where you could relocate them without a permit. So you pretty much, if you're going to deal with them, you can't relocate them, you got to kill them. And so you set them perpendicular in the runways. So here's the hole, here's the runway, and you just put the business end of the snap trap in that runway. And because they just run right where they always run, they'll just run into it without even, they won't go around it. They'll just get caught. So usually that works, but if that doesn't work, then you could actually bait it. But I found that they're pretty stupid and they'll just, they'll run right over your shoe if you put it in that runway. If you have dogs that you're concerned about getting into the traps, then you can cover it with like a little cardboard, something to protect, to keep the, inquiring noses out of the traps. You are also allowed to shoot the voles if you are permitted to shoot in your area, which not everybody, if you live in city limits or any place where you can't shoot a gun, obviously that would not be an option. Dogs and cats will often be quite good at catching voles as well. So voles are different than pocket gophers with the use of toxicants or rodenticides because they are much more likely to be above ground. And so if you poison a vole, it is much more likely to go up the food chain. And so that would become, that would kill off a lot of other species. And because of that, the same zinc phosphide that you could use legally on a pocket gopher is now restricted use for voles. So you have to have an applicator license in order to use it in a way that's not going to cause problems, which is why I just recommend that you don't even use a toxicant on a vole. You can't use Ramex, strychnine, or anticoagulants, and usually, fumigants aren't going to work. So I would say your best way, if you have to kill a vole, is to trap it. Questions?
Irene, the question from earlier was, what do you recommend if an animal poops, for lack of a better word, in a vegetable garden? Is the food safe to eat? What would you do?
It just depends on how much poop there is, and I would also say depends on what kind of, like if you can just get it off, we have like it's a bunch of rabbit pellets or deer You could probably, they're just sitting above ground. You could probably just, scrape them off and take them someplace else. So yeah, I mean, I would say the answer kind of depends. If it becomes like you're, if it's a really common situation, then, you might want to work on some exclusion for the vegetable garden. Okay.
Thank you. There's another
Yep.
question. How do you
Oh.
feel about milorganite as a repellent for voles? I can't remember if that's in the fact sheet.
Yeah, I mean, and I know that Tony has talked about that. So Tony Koski has talked about milorganite. I have not tried it myself because I've never seen it. I've never been anywhere where I could buy it. And, up when I lived in Gilpin County and had a lot of voles. So I have not personally used it, but I have heard some good, people having some pretty good luck with that. So and it's it's an organic lawn fertilizer, with nitrogen based. And so it would certainly be a very low harm repellent. But I don't think that there's a lot of research based about it, but I would say it's certainly worth trying.
And Tony recommends it for rabbits as a rabbit deterrent.
Yeah, so both
I don't
voles,
recall for voles.
he actually does recommend it for voles as well. Yeah.
I've used it on my home landscape for rabbits, and I certainly saw a difference, but it's something that's fleeting. So,
yeah,
with a rain or a snow, you have to go out and replenish. It's a low nitrogen product. So the way Tony describes it is that it's relatively safe for your home landscape in terms of like not overdoing the nitrogen and infecting the, groundwater, et cetera. But
yeah. Okay, so the next one, and this would be for more, higher elevation people in more rural areas. That we have the Wyoming, also known as the Richardson's ground squirrel. They combine the two species, and it sort of acts like a high elevation prairie dog. So you have prairie dogs up to about, a little over 5,000 feet, and then above that you tend to get the Wyoming ground squirrel. So there's the where you tend to find it in Colorado. And, they'll eat grasses, forbs, shrubs, and all kinds of things. And they have burrows, they can become particularly problematic in pasture situations. But they hibernate for a long time. So July all the way till the next April. So they have a good long, hibernation. And they can be carriers of bubonic plague. So again, they cause some problems in pastures, but just like the pocket gophers, they're not overall a bad thing. You are allowed to, and because of, the Richardson's ground squirrels don't tend to be such a problem like right up against the house. So I'm not going to talk as much about exclusion because it's entirely impractical to exclude them in pastures. So it's mostly just how to control them. There is a fact sheet on this, but you can shoot them where it's legal. You can trap them. There are, you can use a poison grain bait, and you could use a fumigant, but it's not something that most of us want to be dealing with. So I would say that shooting and trapping are going to be your two best situations, because notice that you do have to have an app. You could get non-target poisoning with it. So the poison grain bait is restricted use. So I would stick with shooting and trapping. Okay, so moving on to the above ground critters, we've got, rabbits in higher elevations. You could also get snowshoe hare. And so they'll have 3 to 4 litters of, 4 to 5 young per year. So they do breed like rabbits. They have small fur-lined nests. They have open entrances, and rabbits do not hibernate. The damage they cause is either to chew bark off of trees, or more typically they'll bite, they'll chew off the branches of shrubs, and they have this very neat 45-degree angle. So that's how you know that this was a rabbit cut. It's not your neighbor sneaking in the middle of the night, it's a rabbit. Or they can also kind of shred some of the bark around some of the lower branches. They'll also happily eat most of your vegetables. They'll eat a lot of other above ground vegetation as well. So controlling them, the best method is to exclude them. So fencing is your very best option. So if you can, depending on how big your yard is, fence it all the way around your yard. And I know that it's not practical in all situations, but you know, and if you are going to, you know, if you have a real problem with pocket gophers, you could also consider to do, you know, a bed lining, but you don't have to do that. But you want to have the fence be at least, you know, 3 feet high. And ideally, if you have a serious rabbit problem, you know, you want it to be buried 18 inches deep and then flare out 18 inches to keep the rabbits from burrowing, you know, in to your fence. I found that if you don't have a serious rabbit pressure, that if you just do a, you know, 2 to 3 foot tall fence and bury the bottom a little bit, that is good enough. But if you have some serious rabbit pressure, you may have to go to more of this Fort Knox style fencing. You can also do a raised bed with or without a fence, you know, so you need it to be at least 2 feet tall because rabbits don't jump very high. They're much more leapers than high jumpers. And so usually 2 feet tall is good enough to keep them out. But you can also add some additional height around your bed if you're, you know, concerned about that. And if you're going to go to the bother of doing a raised bed, go ahead and just line it with a 1/4 inch mesh, just in case you end up with other critters coming. So these raised beds, you know, they can be, you know, quite attractive. They can also increase accessibility. So, you know, don't diss the idea of raised beds. And then you can also, you know, do an interior raised bed and then have a protective fence around the edge if you don't want, you know, because it's kind of hard to get into your raised bed if there's a fence around this individual bed. And so this might be an easier solution if you have, especially if you have multiple different critters you're dealing with. If you have tree problems, you can use you know, various tree protectors. So they want to be at least 24 to 30 inches high, or you can, you know, create a cage with hardware cloth. And so you can use like a 1 inch mesh or 1 by 2 inch mesh. And again, you want it to be 24 inches high. So you can also, you know, protect individual shrubs, and, you know, that kind of blends in sort of. So you can see it here at my house. You can also, if you have, you know, want to grow some things that are very attractive to rabbits, you can, you know, put them in window boxes or hanging, you know, baskets to just keep them out of the reach of the rabbits. And you can also, you know, do some things to keep them from coming in, such as mowing the grass and weeds, especially, you know, anywhere around any woody plants, because the rabbits are also prey species and they don't really love to be out in the open where they could be eaten. Make sure to remove any sort of, you know, brush piles, because that will, you know, kill, or that will provide a really good hiding place for the rabbits. And then also any, you know, rabbit, you know, like low decks are perfect hidey holes for rabbits to, you know, get under. So you can use repellents against rabbits. So, you know, and rabbit repellents can either be taste-based or odor-based. And there's, you know, new ones that keep coming out. So I would ask a local garden center or maybe, you know, local gardeners what works best in your area. Not all the brands are going to work, you know, so make sure you read the label and that it's actually labeled for the critter you're working with. And then some brands, you know, do kind of wash off with precipitation, or like what, you know, Katie was saying with the mill organite, that, you know, rains or time just kind of, you know, make them not as effective. And, you know, repellents are just kind of hit and miss. Sometimes it'll work in some places or sometimes and not others. Typically, the research has shown that like capsaicin, which is the hot and hot peppers, putrescent egg solids, which is rotten eggs, and garlic are the most generally effective against rabbits. Rabbits are one of the species that you can trap and remove if you follow those earlier caveats. You can also shoot them, hunt them, you know, and so you can lure them, but you can, you know, catch and release them. Things that are either ineffective or illegal include electromagnetic devices, ultrasonic devices. Those are not effective, and both toxicants and fumigants are illegal against rabbits. Chipmunks are kind of similar, you know, to rabbits. We've got, you know, we've got ground squirrels, including the golden-mantled ground squirrel, 13-line ground squirrels. We've got chipmunks, the least chipmunk, Colorado chipmunk, and other ones. And they will eat seeds, berries, you know, flowers, insects. They'll eat all kinds of different things. They actually have just one litter per year, 5 to 8 of the little chipmunks. They do hibernate in the wintertime, and they do have an open entrance. They love to burrow underneath in all the duff from pine trees. And they are solitary in their burrows unless they are breeding. So they'll cause, what their main damage in the garden is to eat the flowers, lots of different kinds of flowers. They love to eat container plants like petunias, but they'll also go for the bird seed that you have in your garden. So the control methods here are similar to rabbits, but they can climb better than rabbits. And so if you're going to do a raised bed, it needs to be a slick exterior and at least 2 feet tall, because they can't jump, too much more than 2 feet. But it needs to be at least 2 feet tall. And there's just a lot less research out there. Okay, and then moving on to squirrels. Because I know that a lot of people are, in sort of more urban areas, and, fox squirrels have become a huge problem. So you can try using squirrel repellents, which are just things, you can use capsaicin, any form of capsaicin. So, sprinkle them around the crops. You can use, hot peppers. You can also try, motion activated sprinklers, which can help in some cases, but squirrels are pretty tough. You could also try, tricking them by, putting, like if they're stealing all your tomatoes, you could put fake ornaments on first, so that they kind of train them that, they're not as edible as you, so they grab that thinking it's a luscious tomato and bonk. So that would be one thing that you can try. But really, exclusion is going to be your best option. And if you have a real squirrel problem, you might have to build, cages around individual plants, or, put netting over the bed, or even create like a full enclosure. And so here's, just some examples of protecting some of the plants with, exclusion. It's not really an attractive look, but if you get to this point in your garden and the squirrels are biting into your pumpkins or your watermelon or whatever, or you're stealing all your tomatoes, you'll probably put up with some pretty ugly looking stuff. So here's just some other examples of some squirrel exclusion. And if you have squirrels on trees, there is really no way to exclude them, unfortunately. So there's, it's one, if you just have lots of squirrels coming in on a continuous canopy of trees, that's just unfortunately something that, they will just keep coming in, because you really have no way to exclude them. So you're not gonna be able to protect them from the trees. All you can do is hope to protect, some of your individual vegetable plants. And then raccoons are, a pretty big problem in urban areas. And so what you want to be focusing on here is reducing attractions. So, make sure that you don't have any pet food or water bowls outside. If you have a fish pond, net it, or, don't have fish in it. And then make sure that your trash cans aren't attracting them. And, make sure that you harvest any produce as soon as it's ready. And then if there's, any apples that fall on the ground, don't let them just sit there. And then also consider not growing corn, because it's very hard to keep raccoons out of corn. If you have wood piles you can remove, get rid of those. If you have overgrown shrubbery, you can reduce that. To keep them off of, your house, try to trim tree branches back, keep them out of your foundation vents by blocking them. And then, make sure that they don't get underneath your house by, putting some lattice work. But you really don't want to make a lot, you don't want to trap a female with her kits, if she's just had kits underneath your porch. So make sure that you actually wait and make sure that there are no animals under there. So, it's hard to exclude a raccoon. The ordinary fences aren't going to keep them out. So they, can dig under or climb over any kind of fence, and they will, easily find any weaknesses. They'll rip it off. They can enlarge holes. So they are smart, and they are strong, and they are very dexterous. So one, method that I've heard is somewhat effective is to tie a floppy fence on top of a regular fence. And so this is just, you just secure it at the bottom. So the raccoon comes up here, and once it gets up here to climb up the fence, it tips over backwards on them. So they're basically just falling over backwards, and they can't really get any purchase. So that is something to try. Or you can actually just, wall off an entire area. So, so this is, putting essentially a dog run with a roof around the corn here. And so make sure that all these panels are tight enough that the raccoon can't, get through. So if you want corn that badly in a raccoon area, that's what you might have to do. You can also try an electric fence, which is just, just putting electric wire around about 5 and 10 inches above ground. You can just do a solar type fence and see if that would be effective for you. And repellents and scare tactics just don't work for any length of time, so don't even bother. Questions on that?
So Irene, I saved a question for you. So how about excluding critters from a single tree in your lawn? Like for example, a plum tree. And they didn't say which kind of pest, so just make it broad.
I assume it's gonna, well, so if it's a rabbit or a vole, you just do those tree protectors. If it's a squirrel, you could try putting on like a baffle. So basically, and it also depends on how tall the tree is. If it's a, fairly tall tree, you can get like a long, stovepipe. You want it to be like 3 feet long, and kind of wrap that around the tree, and just that sort of slick thing will keep the squirrels from being able to get up it. And if it's long enough, then they won't be able to reach above it to get to the bark above. And you'll have to make sure that as the tree grows, that the piping expands. But that's it. Or you can try to put a baffle around it, but it can be tough to even keep them out of a single tree.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think we're going to pause there. The best part of this entire talk, which is some really practical solutions and focusing on native plants. And this is something that I know, Irene, you're really, really passionate about. So we're excited to have you for the remainder of this time together talking about something extremely positive, and something unique to Colorado, I think, which is our native plants is something really special here.
All right. Okay, so we're going to start off with, hang on. Okay, so just talking about like native plants as solutions to a whole bunch of different problems with Colorado, including some of the issues that we're having with just greater ecosystem type questions. So I love how native plants can solve so many gardening problems. So first of all, we have to go into what is a native plant, and this is the definition from the Federal Native Plant Conservation Committee, and that's a plant species that occurs naturally. So naturally is key in a particular region, state, or ecosystem or habitat, without the direct or indirect human actions. And the time frame we're talking about is since the advent of European colonists. So if a plant was here before European colonists and it occurs naturally in that area, in an area, it is considered to be a native plant. Now notice that this definition actually gives us a lot of wiggle room, because we could be talking about plants that are native to Colorado, which is a very artificial boundary. So it's just the boundaries of our state, which is completely not an ecological type of boundary. So you could also be talking about sort of a ecological boundary. You could talk about a region. So you could be talking about the entire Rocky Mountain region, or the Southwest, or something like that. So it gives a lot of different wiggle room, but at least it still gives us a time frame. So people who say, oh, some of these plants that have come in recently and naturalized should be, given citizenship status. But, we really do need to be, if a plant was here before European colonists, that's our time frame. There's also another definition that has been brought up by Doug Tallamy, who's a professor at the University of Delaware, and he's the author of Bringing Nature Home. And he gives a more ecological or evolutionary definition, which I like, which is a plant that has evolved in a given place over a period of time sufficient to develop complex and essential relationships with the physical environment and other organisms in a given ecological community. So that speaks more to the role of native plants and why they are so valuable. So the reason I kind of want to talk about native plants is because, we are losing so much habitat as we, expand and sprawl and build and pave roads and create lawns. And basically, if you look at this, the United States at night, you see how little area is undisturbed. And in fact, it's actually only about 3 to 5% of land remains undisturbed habitat. And we also know, if you've been reading the news at all, that native pollinators are on the decline. We have serious monarch loss, and there were almost no overwintering monarchs at the California overwintering grounds. And I think there was about a 50% reduction at the Mexican overwintering grounds. That's due to, drought, but loss of habitat more than anything. And all sorts of other native pollinators, such as bumblebees, are declining, and some species are going extinct. And again, loss of habitat. And even bird populations. So I promise this is going to get more positive. So, but bird populations are also plummeting. So even ones that are, that were thought to be, widespread and thought to be secure have declined 50 to 80% in population in the last decades. And again, that's habitat loss. So, native, a lot of us want to use our garden to help prevent some of this, to help provide some habitat and to help, do things. And so you'll see all kinds of literature, talking about, here's growing a bee and butterfly garden, or, here's how you should be growing a bird garden. And, they have some good advice, but they're also missing some key elements. So for example, if you look in the popular literature about butterfly gardens, what you'll see typically is good suggestions. So I'm not saying that any of these are bad, these are all good. Plant in large masses, provide a sunny protected spot, provide shallow water and or mud for puddling, and don't use insecticides. All this is good advice. But if you look at the suggested plants, they're geared at attracting adult butterflies towards your garden. And if you do plant some of the plants that they suggest, you will get adult butterflies in your garden. And but usually all of the suggestions for for butterfly plants are non-native. So butterfly bush, zinnias, lantana, cosmos, lilacs, and you will get adult butterflies. But it's missing a key element, and that is future generations of butterflies. All of those non-native plants do not support future generations. And this is because butterflies are specialized. So they need to have specific host plants in order to provide, in order to lay their eggs and for their caterpillars to, raise up and, become an adult caterpillar. And the adult female butterfly will actually can't recognize a lot of non-native species as food. She has chemical sensors on the bottoms of her feet, and she will just not lay eggs if she can't find something that she recognizes as an appropriate species for her to lay her eggs and for her caterpillars to grow up on. So these unfamiliar, plants may as well be plastic to butterflies. So you really want to be thinking about catering to the caterpillars if you want to keep butterflies in our world. And there actually are, if you want to see native host plant for butterflies, there's, if you go to the National Wildlife Federation and the About tab, you can see some of them, some suggestions. It's not a perfect list, but it's a good start. And then if you want to see some examples of, so there's attracting butterflies to the garden, gives you some examples of plants that will attract a variety of butterflies. And some of the butterflies that are in this fact sheet have a wider range of, plants that they can rear their young on, and some of them are a lot more specific. So just be aware that, for the most part, non-native plants are not recognized by butterflies. So, native plants are also, they don't just help the butterflies, they also, support a whole, variety of other pollinators. And so Native plants are 4 times more likely to, more attractive to native bees than exotic flowers are. Generalist bees like the honeybee will go towards, a lot of non-native flowers, but a lot of the native bees will prefer native flowers. And then some bees are actually specialists and they require very specific plants. So with bird gardens, we have similar problems as the butterfly garden, that we have great suggestions, which include providing water, providing shelter, so evergreen trees, providing bird boxes, and then providing food for the whole range of birds. So nut eaters, seed eaters, berry eaters, providing even bird feeders to supplement in the winter. But again, most of the plant lists that you see in the popular literature are aimed at, again, attracting an adult bird into your yard. And so you'll see very many non-native species like bachelor's buttons, honeysuckle, pyracantha, or even the noxious weed Russian olive. And those suggestions, again, just like with the butterflies, they don't help out future generations of birds. And birds need insects in order to fledge chicks. So 6 to 98, depending on whose study it is, require fat, soft-bodied, fatty insects to raise their young. So they need that easily digestible protein and fat fix. And so a seed eater can't feed its babies seeds, it has to feed its babies insects. And Doug Tallamy, again, he had his graduate students look at how many insects you need to raise one clutch of chickadees, and that's 6,000 to 9,000 caterpillars for one clutch of chickadees. So we need to have lots and lots of insects out there to support the rearing of baby birds. And there is, so there's also a database from the Audubon Society that can help you find some native plants that will provide the insects for the food. So again, our native plants are the things, the bottom of the food chain that's going to support the caterpillars that are going to either become butterflies or become eaten by birds and become baby birds. So we need to have lots and lots of insects out there to have enough biomass to support both the birds and the butterflies. So so native plants really do have that they are the bottom of the entire food chain. And so for plants or insects that eat plants, which are called herbivorous insects, 90% of them do require specific host plants. And again, they require specific familiar host plants. So they cannot eat the unfamiliar plants. And so again, another study by Doug Tallamy, he found that, he found 500 species of caterpillars on some native plants, and none or just a few on non-native introductions. And basically all of his research has shown that alien ornamentals, so the plants that we plant that are not native to here have 29 times less biodiversity than the natives. And even hummingbirds, they can't live on nectar alone. I mean, so, they are flower, they definitely go for flower, but they have to have both protein and fat, and insects provide that protein and fat for them. And in fact, an adult female can eat up to 2,000 insects in a single day. So the good news is that, even if you plant just some native plants on your property, you can actually significantly increase the number and species of birds, even including some of them that are of conservation concern. So we actually can do things in our yard to counteract the tide of all this loss, which I just find such a hopeful and happy thing. And now you might be thinking, because you're all gardeners, they're like, wait a minute, she's talking about, I've been spending all this time trying to figure out what's eating my plants and how to make my plants healthy, and I really want to have a beautiful garden. And the thing is that, it's not necessarily the end of the world to have some degree of holes in your plants. If you stand back and you look at your tree and, look from a distance, you might not really even see the holes. And so, and usually it's just a minor aesthetic issue. So here's some leafcutter bees, coming into this, which is probably a rose or something. But, usually the plants can totally handle it. And so sometimes we just overreact and we're like, oh my gosh, my plant is, has some holes in it and I've got to deal with it and I've got to get out the insecticide and I've got to control this. But, actually kind of think about it in a broader picture, step back mentally also, and, see if you can learn to live with some, damage in some insects. In fact, I would even go further and say that, maybe you can learn to celebrate the holes in your plants because now you know that your yard is contributing to the greater ecosystem. So I kind of revel in seeing, like like here's this chokecherry, and you see that this got some caterpillars on it, and I'm like, oh look at that yellow warbler, it's got a caterpillar, yay. Other things, there are other even more specialized situations with insects and plants that just kind of makes the whole planting of native plants very interesting, because if you plant yuccas, and you might attract yucca moths to your garden, and then you can just kind of see what's going on, or just look at ways that plants have evolved to, or insects have evolved to camouflage themselves on plants, and like here's a crab spider hiding in this plant. So it just makes your garden so much more interesting and multi-dimensional when you plant some of the plants and you're getting all this different insect life in. So the good news, again, is that we as individual gardeners have so much power in our hands to actually reverse the tide. We can, if we all planted our yards and parks with natives, we would, be able to replace the habitat. When we built the house, usually we destroy all the habitat, but if we replace that with native plants, we can actually kind of help to restore that. And so even though, you may have a relatively, your yard may be relatively small, if we had everybody get on board, we could really have a huge land. In fact, Doug Talmy calls this idea the homegrown national park. And if we turn back most of the urban, lawns and things like that into native plantings, we would have a park that would be many times bigger than any of our national parks in the country. And in fact, there's actually, you can even go and put your yard on the map now. He's got that going. So if you look up homegrown national park, you could put your yard on if you've got a bunch of natives. So again, this is, we can make a difference to, the future of biodiversity, to native plants, by simply planting natives in our yards versus having, just a single species or just a couple species in our yards. Any questions about that part?
This was kind of an interesting question. It's mostly an observation. They said they've added some native plants in the past few years in a bird bath, and they've seen more birds, including nesting birds. And they've also noticed last year they had fewer Japanese beetles. So they want to know if Japanese beetles are a diet food for birds.
There certainly could be, in their grub stage, robins could, certainly eat them. And so, birds are great insect predators. And so you might well be reducing the number of, Japanese beetles. Also, some native plants are actually less interesting to Japanese beetles, although that's not a blanket statement. All right.
Irene, I was just trying to find it, but the National Wildlife Federation website, you had a thing in one of your slides about there was a sub area in that website that you had to go to.
It was just the about section, or at least last time I looked, people change their website so quickly. I haven't gone there recently to find out. But if you do National Wildlife Federation, host plant by zip code, if you just look that up, it should get you there. But otherwise, if it's still the way it was, you go to nwf.org, and then the about had the native plants by zip code. And that was a project with Doug Talmy. So all right. So some people, after I talk about native plants, they're like, oh my gosh, I just need to rip up my entire yard and plant natives. But you don't have to, it doesn't have to be an all or nothing situation. You can have native plants and non-native plants, growing well side by side. And the natives will still help provide benefit into your yard. So you don't need to have it be, you don't need to be an utter native purist in order to have a really beneficial garden. So don't think it has to be all or nothing. So other reasons that you might want to choose native plants is, not everybody loves to mow their lawns. Some people do, and I'm not going to diss the people who do love to mow their lawns, but, a lot of people don't really feel like, getting out the lawnmower every weekend. And native plants are very low maintenance. And so you could be sitting here having a glass of wine or coffee or whatever out in your yard. I mean, I love sitting out in my yard and watching the birds and watching all the different insects come. And it's just like, that's one of my favorite ways to entertain myself during the summertime. And so I would far rather be doing that than mowing a lawn. But again, if lawns are your thing, I'm not dissing that. So, native plants really are, because they're adapted to the local environment, we don't need to do a lot of soil inputs to them. So we don't need to add a lot of amendments. We don't really need to add a lot of fertilizer. We don't really need a lot of pesticides. And, you need practically no effort. I mean, maybe if you have perennials, you're going to need to prune them back in the springtime to get any of the dead material. And that's about it. So that's what I usually do with my native yard. Is in the springtime, I just go on a big pruning spree. And that's mostly all I do for the entire rest of the year. So it's very, very little maintenance. And then there's a lot of things that are kind of, nudging people's interest in native plants, which, like things like water is starting to cost more, and we're starting to get watering restrictions on a, more and more regular basis as we get more population into the state, as we get hotter, as we, just water becomes more valuable, more expensive, and people don't want to pay all that money. And they don't necessarily want to pay the labor or, put in all the, all the fertilizers and chemicals. You just don't want to be dealing with all of that. And, with people's work lives, they don't want to be spending all their time doing that kind of chore. So it's definitely something, natives, can very much help that, and they can avoid, having your yard be this. So this is not what you want to be, that's not the answer to watering restrictions. I would say that native plants are a much better situation, because this is, going to be a hot, dry yard. It's not going to support any sort of habitat. It's going to, cause heat sink. It's a terrible solution to, what is solvable through native plants. And it's, the studies have borne out that if you choose your native plants well, they do save water. So they can, reduce water bills by half. So a study here in Colorado Springs in 2002 compared water use between, just traditional and xeric landscapes. And they found that there was water savings between 15 and 63%. And so some people overwatered even when they didn't have to. And then there was a HOA in Cherry Creek where they did a xeriscape native plant retrofit, and they saved like hundreds of thousands of dollars on their watering bills and just all the other maintenance chores. And so, that applies to xeric plants or native plants, but, native plants are some of the best xeric plant options. And a lot of our native plants can actually thrive on just rainfall, which some of the other, xeric plants cannot do. Another thing that's great about native plants is that, they're not as widely known. And so, they more of an unfilled market niche, and we need to be, this is a great thing if there's, new plants. I mean, what gardener doesn't love new plants? And so, just it gives you some new options for your garden. And so ask your favorite garden center to carry natives. A lot of times they won't carry natives just because people aren't, there's not as much demand for them, or they don't look as good in the nursery because, native plants are meant to be planted in the ground with a strong, robust root system. And so a lot of them look kind of sad and pathetic in the nursery. And, if you're somebody who doesn't really know, you're just going, you don't really know that much about gardening, you would pick a plant that's in flower at the nursery versus, this something that's going to look great once it's planted in the ground for another year or two, in a year or two, but doesn't look so great now. So ask for native plants if you want to see more native plants in the nursery. Another great reason to plant native plants is they'll never become a noxious weed, because the very definition in Colorado of a noxious weed is that it's an alien plant or parts of an alien plant. So a native plant, even if it's toxic, even if it's prickly, even if it's aggressive, it will never become a noxious weed in the state of Colorado. So you always feel safe that you're not going to be planting, so myrtle spurge recently, like not that long ago, was considered to be a wonderful rock garden xeric plant. And, now it's taking over and it's a list A noxious weed. So you really want to be, not planting any future noxious weeds. Another great reason to plant native plants is because it provides a better sense of place. This house up here, it could be anywhere in the entire country. Whereas this area, this is a native plant garden in Colorado in Golden. This is at Chatfield Botanic Gardens, and it just looks like Colorado. It fits in with our climate, our weather. It just looks like Colorado, and we should be proud of Colorado. It's a beautiful state, and if we grow more of our native plants, then we have that more of a sense of place. And, people sometimes are afraid of native plants, because they think, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. I should just go with a traditional lawn because, that's especially if I'm going to sell my house in 5 or 10 years. But the National Association of Realtors now actually recommends planting native species to improve the curb appeal of a home and boost its resale value. So that is actually now recommended. And if I were buying a house, maybe I'm biased, but I certainly would consider this house versus this house. Another thing, we talked a lot about weather earlier this morning, and native plants have evolved with Colorado weather. This is not, their first rodeo. And so they can withstand, a lot of this crazy weather. Again, this is why we don't have a lot of trees on the, plains and just, things like that. But, so native plants are used to, evolutionary speaking, they're used to crazy weather. And so they will be a lot more able to withstand it. And they're also, resistant to or, tolerant of wildlife. So we talked about that earlier today. So, if you have native plants, you're probably not going to have quite as many problems. Want to quickly touch on whether cultivars are native plants and whether they can be considered native plants. And this is a pretty controversial topic. Cultivars just are a vegetatively, usually, it's just a particular plant has been selected out because it has a trait that is of horticulture interest. So it could be leaf color, it could be flower size, it could be, whether the flower is doubled or not. And usually that particular characteristic, which is preserved by propagating the plant vegetatively and selling it as a named variety. So you can tell a plant is a cultivar if it has like a name after it. So for example, here's our straight species of Erigeron speciosus, the showy daisy. And then here we've got, this one is called double azure. So this would be Erigeron speciosus double azure, or actually just single quotes. And so that would be how it's a cultivar of a plant. Now, cultivars can be problematic for use as a, sort of native plants as a solution if they take away some of the ecological value. So here's Erigeron speciosus that is straight. Here it is where some of the flowers are doubled. And so this now has less pollen and nectar. And then this one here has no pollen or nectar because it's fully doubled. And so this would not be a good choice to be planting in your garden if you're trying to have, ecological benefits. So you can, if you are interested in growing a native plant, be a little bit leery of the pollinators, be a little bit leery of the cultivars, but some of them probably aren't going to cause as many problems. So just especially if like the flowers are doubled or if they're sterile, you know, that would be a problem. Another thing about cultivars is that they're often not true from seed, because, you know, that's like maybe an unstable trait. And again, you propagate it vegetatively to preserve that trait. So I would say that, you know, you probably can use them in your home landscape. I would not necessarily use them for, or I just wouldn't use them for restoration. But, you know, whether you want to have like the golden currant Gwen's buffalo berry or something like that, because it has a little bit bigger fruit or better fruit set, that probably wouldn't be a problem. So, so just some, you know, common misconceptions. Again, like people are like, ah, native plants, they're just, you know, boring, they're scruffy, they're weedy looking, and, you know, they just have this sort of mental set against them. But I just want to show a couple pictures that maybe would help, you know, go against that, and then we'll switch into another presentation. So here's are just some, you know, really spectacular plantings of some native plants that I just hope show that they're really don't have to be bad, and they don't have to not be colorful, and they don't have, you know, these could be things that you would want to have in your yard at any time. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing. I'll take questions while I switch to a different presentation. So if anyone wants to ask any questions.
Okay, Irene, I saved this one for you because of your multiple expertises. But someone said they planted a mass planting of over 500 plants last year.
Wow.
And then spent the entire summer battling weeds. Do you have any suggestions in addition to them calling their county weed manager?
So, I mean, it's tough. So the better order to do things is control the weeds where you want to plant first, and then plant your native plants. Because, you know, it's much harder to control weeds after you've got things growing. And so I would say it's just going to depend. I can't answer that because it's going to depend on what the weeds are. And, you know, so like annual weeds can be, you know, hoed up and other kinds of things, but perennial weeds like bindweed or Canada thistle have to be dealt with. So it's not, and I don't think it's a question I have time to answer, and I'd have to delve a lot more deeply into it. Can you see this? Is this presentation up, the native plants for every situation?
I don't see it.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so I thought it came up, but I was suddenly suspecting that it did not. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, now it came up, right?
Yep.
Okay, just checking. Sometimes things go weird. All right, and now I want it to. It's not wanting to go to full screen. There it goes. Okay, so now what I want to do is just talk about, you know, species, and you have the plant list for this, so don't freak out. But I just kind of want to talk about how you could use native plants to solve a lot of the different, you know, put them in a lot of different situations around in your garden. So just ways that you could use native plants, and maybe talk about some native plants that you might not be as familiar with. So all the plants in this talk are, you know, they are native to Colorado, so the borders of Colorado. Most of them are easy to find, but some of them are harder to find. I tried to mark them with an exclamation point, but I think that there's probably some that are harder to find that may not be marked with an exclamation point. And some of them have a pretty wide tolerance, so they'll grow, you know, in exposures or soils, you know, so I'm going to say that this is good for this category, but some of them, you know, can't be so easily categorized. And this is, of course, not a comprehensive list, but if you're just new to getting going with native plants, at least it'll give you a good start. So I'm going to start off with plants that are good native plants for well-drained soil and sunny. So this is, you know, this would be kind of like your typical xeriscape. So these would be good suggestions for, you know, xeric plants. So Indian rice grass here, it's beautiful, dainty grass that has also very good seeds for birds. But you can, you know, see how beautiful it looks kind of in a wildflower setting mixed in with, you know, the wildflowers. So it doesn't look as heavy as some of the native grasses that you might see. Sages are, very xeric, and I really like them as, counterpoints to green foliaged plants. So they both have sort of that blue-green sagey color to them. This one is the fringe sage, and this one is the white sage. The fringe sage is super, super xeric. It will grow in any situation, and doesn't need any water whatsoever. The white sage, and this is also, just grows from a taproot. The white sage does spread rhizomatously, and there are some cultivars, like this is Valerie finis, that actually gets to be pretty aggressive. So, consider either growing the straight species, or if you really want it to be an aggressive sage, you could go with something like a Valerie finis. But it's a little bit less drought tolerant than the fringe sage here on the left. Some sundrops, also known as Plains yellow primrose, have been, the Callilophus cerulatus was selected by Plant Select, and you can see that they have a cultivar here, the Prairie Lode. But these are both very beautiful plants, bloom for a long time. In the summertime, have gorgeous, just very vivid yellow flowers, good for pollinators. And you can see that this one is very happily growing in this pea gravel, so they're very drought tolerant. Paintbrush, so these, maybe this should have had a exclamation point by them, because they can be a little bit tricky to find, although they're getting to be a little bit easier to find these days. These are great for hummingbirds attracting, and so there's different species for different elevations. So there's the plains paintbrush, and here's the Wyoming paintbrush up in the higher elevations, and you go even up to the alpine areas, you get into the some of the pinks and purples. The reason these are a bit tricky and less often found is because they're hemiparasitic, and so they do need to have like another herbaceous plant like a sage or a grass to tap their roots into, to get a little help from their friends. If you can find them in your yard, if you can find them in a garden center, I would recommend trying to plant it near another perennial. Or if you can grow it from seed. Not paintbrush don't do equally well at everybody's house. So if it don't have luck with paintbrush, don't feel bad. Rabbit brush, we talked about that earlier. So I love rabbit brush. There's all varieties of rabbit brush. There's tall rabbit brush, there's short rabbit brush, there's green stemmed rabbit brush, blue stemmed rabbit brush. But they're all fantastic for late pollinators, super, super drought tolerant. And then they also provide some winter interest when the light catches the seed heads. A great annual from seed is Rocky Mountain bee plant. And this one has large seeds. It's really fun to grow with kids. It flowers from about midsummer on. It can take some really bad, soils. It's often found on, the sides of roads. Great for lots of different pollinators. So bees, butterflies, and even hummingbirds love it. It's super easy to grow. If you've never grown a native plant before, start with this one. Apache plume. So this shrub gets to be quite tall. It has flowers at the same time that it goes to seed, which is what the paradox in its name refers to, that it's both flowers and fruits at the same time. And it has just a lot of textural interest. Finches come and hang out on it. It's super drought tolerant. It's one of the plants when we were having a really bad drought in 2002. I was driving down towards New Mexico. This was blooming like no problem when pretty much nothing else in the entire landscape was blooming. Showy goldeneye is a beautiful later flowering plant, and it will, when it goes to seed, finches love to eat it. It's great for a lot of different pollinators. Scarlet gilia or fairy trumpet is a plant that it's a biennial, so you're probably mostly going to grow it from seed, and it has a range of colors from the red, which is the one that you'll see mostly in the nursery, but some areas will also have the white. So when I was up in Gilpin County, this was actually the most common color of the scarlet gilia. So, and they used to be thought to be two separate species, but they're not. And they have intergrades with, pinks and corals and that sort of thing. So this is a fantastic hummingbird plant. And it usually should self-seed it if you have some bare ground for it to seed into, or some pea gravel. If not, you could plant it, every couple of years to keep getting some going in your garden. And then there's all kinds of penstemons. I talked about them a little bit earlier in the Firewise, but so this one is Penstemon etonii, the firecracker penstemon. This is Penstemon mensarum, which is the Grand Mesa penstemon, which is also a plant select selection. Both gorgeous, both good for all kinds of pollinators. And some more penstemons. Again, we sort of touched on these with the Firewise. This is blue mist penstemon, and this is the orchid or side bells penstemon. Spring bloomers, so beautiful in the garden. And then Silky Phacelia. So this, granted, is a harder plant to find. And I would say that this is a little bit more for high elevation folks. So, but it would be, it's very good for, it does tend to like a little bit, cooler temperatures. So I would say that this one would be maybe a better choice for you high elevation people, but it's a beautiful plant that attracts a lot of different pollinators. And then our native cacti. So this is going to be, so we just talked about high elevation people. This is for lower elevation people. And I love, this is our Colorado State cactus, the claret cup cactus. So beautiful in the springtime, and hummingbirds will even come to this cactus. But you also have, a variety of other different cacti that are perfect for your hot, dry garden. Okay, so, and there's so many more plants, native plants that would fit into that situation. So I didn't talk about them as much. I'm gonna go a little bit more into the clay soils, just because it's a little bit harder to find information on, what would grow well in an unamended clay soil. So the lead plant does well in clay soils. You'll find it out in the prairies. It has beautiful purple flowers and kind of this silvery foliage with, very finely dissected leaves, good for a lot of different bees and other pollinators. Big blue stem is a large ornamental grass that has, gets to be quite tall and turns a beautiful bronzy orange in the fall. Blue grama can handle anywhere from, well-drained soils to this clay type soil. And this is our state grass. So it's also known as eyelash grass. And it has, just these beautiful eyelashes. There's a plant selection called Blonde Ambition that's a little bit bigger and blonder than some of the other blue grama grass, but this can be a really nice choice. You can actually even use this as a native lawn. Wine cups will do very well in both well-drained and clay soils, so they have a very good adaptability. They have a long season of bloom of pink flowers, and they look really great, sort of draping over retaining walls. So if you've got that situation in full sun, consider wine cups. Narrow leaf coneflower, which barely makes it into Colorado as a native, but does out on the very eastern plains, also can take so the Echinacea angustifolia is outside of, and Echinacea pallida, which is the more common one that we see, is not native to Colorado, but the narrowleaf one is, and it will have, it's good for a variety of different butterflies, plus it's a bit deer resistant. Maximilian sunflower is a tall, late blooming sunflower. You can see the finches coming in that are attracted to the seed heads in it. And it has just a vivid pop of yellow in the late summer, early fall. Spotted gayfeather also will do well in both well-drained and clayey soils, and very attractive. So not only does it have these beautiful spikes of purple, but it's very attractive to butterflies. So planting it with the rabbit brush in the fall is a fantastic combination that will attract a ton of butterflies and other pollinators. I love the desert or showy 4 o'clock. It has succulent leaves, super drought tolerant, can do both well-drained and clayey soils, and just has so many of these beautiful purpley pink flowers for a long season of the year. You'll get hummingbird moths and hummingbirds and other bees coming to them. And this can be a big sprawling plant, so give it room when you do plant it. Scarlet globe mallow is beautiful. It has orange flowers in the spring, which we don't get that color very often, but you can see here how it can grow in just really completely unamended, just really, really heavy clay soils. And it just has, just beautiful, beautiful flowers in the springtime. And so I'm not going to go into all of these. They're on your plant list, but, because people are always asking about, plants for clay soils. And so this is just, more of a list. There's still more that would do it, but the plants I showed pictures of in this list should, get you pretty far if you don't want to amend clay soil. And then if you already, so another question I often get is, I already, I either bought a house that already had sort of, amended soils, or I amended my soil before I realized that I wanted to plant native plants. And so now what can I do? And so, typically organic matter doesn't stay in the soil all that long. It leaches out. And so, you can either just kind of wait for some time to pass, or if you want to get started with some native plants, here's some suggestions for plants that will work in already amended soil. They will also work if you want to plant, add some native plants to an existing garden because, you decided you wanted to add some natives. So Pearly Everlasting, these have beautiful creamy white flowers in the middle of the summer. The flowers do dry, and you can actually use them for craft kind of things if you want to, but they're also good for butterflies. They have a nice silvery gray foliage, which is nice as a foil for some of the other plants in your yard. Swamp milkweed it has, this is a taller plant, and it prefers to have a little bit more organic matter, and it also prefers to have a little bit of extra water, as you might suspect by the name swamp milkweed. So, but this has nice fragrant flowers. It has, it pulls in a lot of different pollinators, and it can spread a little bit, but if you have like an area, this would be actually a wonderful plant for a rain garden situation. If you have near the drip line of your house, if you've got some amended soil, this would be a great choice for that. Showy milkweed is a little bit more drought tolerant, and it has these great pinky white flowers. They're fragrant. The plant itself is a little bit more awkward looking. No, it's more, it's less refined looking, I want to say, than the swamp milkweed. But, everyone, I think people are looking to see what they can do to help stave off some of the monarch losses. And certainly the two milkweeds are, the only food that they can eat. Having said that, we are not on the main flyway for monarch butterflies, but, I do see, we do get monarchs in Colorado, and this can certainly help. And even if you don't get monarchs, there's a lot of other pollinators that will come to it. Orange sneezeweed this is a good plant for higher elevations, but you could also, if you do have, you could try planting it down at lower elevations in well amended and a little bit higher water. So this would not be like a super xeric plant, but it could do well in a regular garden situation. Blue flag iris, our native iris, even though it doesn't look like it with a name like Missouriensis. This grows in seasonally wet areas, but it will also, work in kind of a dry amended garden. And so you could just plant this, along with regular iris in your garden. Bee balm will also do just fine in a well amended garden, and so it'll also work in clay soils. So it's pretty tolerant of a variety of different soils, and it has flowers that attract a variety of different pollinators. Plus, it's fairly critter resistant because it has that very strong smell to the leaves. You can actually even use it as an oregano substitute. Rocky Mountain penstemon is the only penstemon I would recommend for already amended soil. So it has a much higher tolerance of organic matter in the soil than the other penstemons. I would say that most of the other penstemons just won't do well in amended soil. But if you have, if you do have amended soil and you want to grow a penstemon, try the Rocky Mountain penstemon. Any questions?
So we've had a couple come in, Irene. First one is, this person's curious about the laws or policies regarding harvesting natives from open areas. Is it just not allowed at all, or are there places where it might be allowed?
Yeah, so that's a tricky question. So you have to figure out who owns the land. I would say that for the most part, you cannot, harvest plants on national forest unless you have a specific permit. Usually that's a research permit, but you could contact the forest where you're going to and see if you could get some sort of permit. BLM land is often you still can't, but again, like some of the different ownerships of BLM land have different rules about it. Some open spaces might allow it, but a lot of them will not. And then, so I would say sometimes roadsides are, some of the best bets, but for the most part, it can be tricky to harvest natives, from the wild.
Okay. Another question that came in is a lot of the pictures that you've been showing show a lot of the native plant gardens are very dense with all the plants, perhaps even competing with each other for the same resources. So how do you determine which plants can be planted together without the different species interfering with each other?
I would say you can plant them as long as you're taking into account the full size of the plant. They aren't going to they're not going to outcompete each other too much. So where you're going to run into problems is if you plant things too closely together. So, again, you buy these small 2-inch pots at the nursery, and this plant, I hope you can see my hands here. So this plant here is, going to be 18 inches big, and then this plant here is going to be 2 feet wide, and you plant them like this from the nursery because they're little and you want to make your plants look full right away. This is going to be a problem when you plant these little plants that are going to become, large plants. Now, if you plant this plant that's going to become 18 inches, over here, I don't know if you can see, and then, so if you plant them so that the plants will be able to get to their full size, that's fine. You are going to have to live with open ground for the first years as the plants get into their bigger sizes. So that's just something that, that's going to happen. You could plant things like the Rocky Mountain bee plant, or even some, annuals that can deal with natives, or that like similar situations as the natives, like California poppies, in between those plants as you're waiting for them to get bigger, just to provide some cover and some color.
Okay, and then I don't know if you're going to cover it or not, but do you have a good resource for wetland native plants?
There is a guide from the Colorado Natural Heritage, and that's actually just would be, and I'm not going to cover wetland plants because most people's gardens don't have those. But if you're trying to identify plants, there's actually a whole guide. You can go online to the Colorado Natural Heritage Foundation, and there is a guide to Colorado, wetland plants. Now, where to find them in nurseries, I'm less sure about, and I don't see the, you don't see, you just don't even see wetland plants for sale all that often in nurseries.
Okay, we have a few other questions coming in. I think we can handle these. One that I am not certain on is, will it work to take plugs from existing native shortgrass to transplant into a native garden?
Well, again, I would say, what's the ownership of that? Do you have permission to do that? I think it's harder to take the plugs out of them just because they're not plugs really. Those are full-size plants, and so you would actually have to dig them up with a shovel and get a lot of the root system. And so I think it would be pretty disruptive. So I would say it's probably better if you can either grow the native grasses from seed, or from get plugs that are commercially available.
Okay, so there's other questions, but I think Yvette and I will continue plowing through those. So thank you very much.
Thank you guys for taking care of all that. Okay, so Another situation where people often struggle with in Colorado is dry and sort of semi-shady areas. So that's like a dry shade is a tough area to plant in, and we do have some natives that would be suitable for that. So arnica is a species that will grow in the dry shade. It'll actually even grow under relatively dense conifers, and so that probably should have gotten a exclamation point by it because it may not be that easy to find it. Harebells will grow in sort of semi-shady dry areas. So again, these are beautiful, delicate little plants, and they can take quite a bit of shade. Wild geraniums will also take quite a lot of shade. They have beautiful pink flowers in the summertime. They're good for a lot of different pollinators. And then the leaves turn red in the fall. So there's another really beautiful season there. Prairie smoke will also do well in shady areas. So this has, pink flowers. And again, here's the seed heads I referred to when I was talking about them earlier. Rock spray is a large native shrub that will grow in full sun to part shade, and you'll often see it on canyon sides. It has these beautiful, sprays of sort of this white verging on pink flower. Sometimes people call this mountain lilac, but I don't really like that term just because I think then it gives an expectation that it's going to smell good, and it doesn't really have that much of a smell. But it is good for a lot of different pollinators. And it has this big, just exuberant presence when it's in flower just because of the growth habit. Creeping Mahonia is a great ground cover that will work in dry shade. It has fragrant yellow flowers in the springtime, and then followed by blueberries, which are edible but not very tasty. And then in the winter, the plants will turn a sort of reddish color. So they won't always turn this nice red, but they'll often get reddish and bronzes tones. This is one of our few broadleaf evergreens in Colorado. And it's just a very tough plant. It survives that way by having, very tough and leathery leaves. And you can actually use these for holiday decorations as well because they stay evergreen all winter. And pasqueflower will also grow in dry shade as long as it's not too dense of a shade. Boulder raspberry is another shrub that will do well. And so this, at the higher up in elevation you go, the more sun it needs, just because it needs to develop those growing degree units. But in lower elevations, it can grow in, a quite shady situation. And again, it has beautiful white flowers in the spring, and then this nice cinnamon bark. And you can see that it's a very, very tough plant. This was actually near where I lived in Gilpin County. And you can see it's just growing right out of a rock. So you can just see how drought tolerant it really is. Black-eyed Susan will also do well in that sort of part dry shade. It again is a biennial. So it'll either reseed itself or you'll need to plant it every few years. And then moist shade is probably not a very common situation in Colorado, but you might get it, especially if people are doing a little bit of extra watering, or if you live, kind of near an area where, you might get runoff from places. But, moist shade is not as common in Colorado, but some options would be the various different columbines, including the blue columbine here on the left, the yellow columbine, the golden columbine on the right, and then the elegant columbine in the middle. So these would all, be some choices. They would not do as well in dry shade, although the golden columbine would probably come the closest to doing well in dry shade. We also have some native ferns that you can find, and the lady fern is one of them. And so that would do, if you do have a really nice moist spot and you want some kind of exotic looking, almost like tropical lush look, consider the lady fern. Wild strawberries they grow by, runners. And, you know, the deeper the shade you get, you may not get a lot of flowers on your wild strawberries, but it'll still make a good ground cover. And if you do have some sun, then you might get flowers, then you get little strawberries, which are very tasty. And the leaves will turn a nice reddish color in the fall. Richardson's geranium is another good choice for shady moist shade. It has you know, nice carpet of white flowers for a long time during the summertime. Also good for a lot of different pollinators. And twinberry is a one that you won't find all that often. It grows natively at higher elevations, but it would work at as a moist shade at lower elevations. It's got yellow flowers that are attractive to hummingbirds in the early summer. And then it has these sort of fleshy black berries that are edible by birds. But the hummingbirds really do love to come to the twinberry. And you can kind of see where the name twinberry comes from, because it's got, you know, the flowers come out like this, and then they produce, you know, two berries that are side by side. All right, Jacob's ladder, it has beautiful blue flowers, and it will grow in moist shade. And then mountain lover is something that you'll see, you know, you can find it in some garden centers, and it kind of looks almost like a like boxwood or something like that. It has fairly insignificant flowers, so that's kind of a sexier looking picture than maybe a lot of times you'll see it. But really, you would be growing it for the finely cut green foliage, and so to, you know, sort of act as a ground cover in that moist, dry situation. Okay, and so then another situation that people want natives for is as a ground cover. And so these ones would work. So most of the ground covers, so we talked about the strawberries, most of these are going to be good in dry and sunny situations. So kinnikinick is a great one. It grows from the foothills all the way up to higher elevations. It has pink flowers in the springtime that attract some smaller native bees. And then it has red berries that last for most of the winter time, unless they get eaten by wildlife. And then it has this glossy green foliage that you know, stays that way all winter long. So this is another broadleafed evergreen that you could plant. And this will work in dry shade as well, maybe not quite as shady as the creeping mahonia, but it also will work in a sort of partly shady situation. Pussy toes is a great plant. It has, you know, you're mostly growing it just for the foliage, which is this beautiful sort of, you know, silvery green color to it. You can see here, just it grows nice and thickly. It can grow on, you know, pretty hot. So this is growing onto asphalt. So it can grow in pretty hot, dry situations. It does flower. Some different species flower at different times, but, you know, they have these little pussy toes on them, which is the name where the name comes from. This is Antenaria rosea, which is the pink pussy toes, which is the only one that probably has, you know, much of a flower to write home about, which maybe even not that much to write home about, but they can become a little bit of a trip hazard like this. So, you know, if you're kind of putting this in between stepping stones, just be aware of that fact. And then, you know, the poppy mallow, we talked about that earlier, but it works as a ground cover. And then the whiplash fleabane, which, you know, you might only be able to find by seed, does grow, you know, sort of like strawberries by runners. And so you'll see it, you know, growing and then rooting along the nodes here. And it has some really beautiful flowers for, you know, a good chunk of the summertime. And then sulfur flower, we talked about that a little bit earlier, has beautiful yellow-green flowers in the spring. And then it turns kind of a rusty, the seed heads turn rusty in the fall, and then the leaves. So here's some strawberry leaves tucked in, but you can see right here are some of the sulfur flower leaves. And so they turn like this nice bronze red, and they'll stay that way all winter long. There is a cultivar from that Plant Select has chosen called Canna Creek, which is a little bit bigger and more robust than some of these straight species. Matte penstemon will kind of work as a ground cover. It's not a really wide spreading plant, but it does have beautiful blue flowers and kind of acts like a low growing plant, but it's not gonna, you'd have to plant a lot of them to get a good ground cover effect. And Britain's skullcap is, this will also grow in part shade. And this one is, this one should have had a exclamation point by it, because this would be hard to find, but it is beautiful. It has these gorgeous sort of blue purpley flowers, and it's a mint. And so it does spread by rhizomes, and so it'll make a nice little ground cover with the bonus of the blue flowers when it's in bloom in the spring. Any questions?
So one that I answered live, or answered in writing instead of live, was, do you have a good source of where to get native plants? I know we've got a garden notes, but it's fairly dated. I don't know. Are there hints for finding native plants in garden centers?
It's tough. I mean, so, there's also a fairly dated resource on the Colorado Native Plant Society. But there are also, there are plant sales. The Native Plant Society has plant sales in the spring. And so that's a place to go. But, the resources that are out there are, probably as good as they get right now. And I know that some of them are probably not even, there anymore. It is a difficult problem. And again, that's why I suggest that people ask for native plants at the different garden centers, because we need to be, people always struggle with trying to find them. And so I'm not allowed to say specific names of nurseries or, anything like that. But I would say that if people on this call have certain garden centers that they know of that they would like to recommend as a source of a native plant, that you go ahead and type it in, because then that takes any endorsement off of my, I won't be endorsing it, but you, so if you all feel welcome to type in any garden centers that you know of, but it is a hard problem. I totally sympathize.
And I've opened up the chat so that people could type those in. And I did list a couple online retailers by name.
Okay.
Not to endorse, but I know as people are looking, and we certainly want to encourage the use of native plants for extension, it's a real problem for how to source these.
Yeah, it is. So anyway, so feel free to type it in and look for the Colorado Native Plant Society sale. So yeah. Okay.
Irene, do you have time for one more question?
Yes, because we're doing pretty well on time.
So what's a quick list of of natives that grow easily from seed?
So I would say blanket flower, Rocky Mountain penstemon, Rocky Mountain bee plant, really easily. Those are the ones that come to the top of
I think Scarlet Gilly is pretty easy.
Yeah,
too.
Scarlet Gilly is pretty easy from seed. I am just like blanking. I mean, I've grown a whole bunch of them from, like some of the other penstemons actually grow pretty well from seed. Some of the yarrows can grow well from seed. Like the only native yarrow is there's the white is our only, is the yarrow that's our native form. Well, that's a start anyway. And if you think of any more, you can type them in. For sometimes just getting like point blank asked causes the information.
You've been talking a long time. I'm sure.
I know my brain is kind of getting tired, I think. Anyway, okay. So let's talk about, since we did talk about all the critters that want to eat your plants, here's some natives that are critter resistant. So Rocky Mountain maple is a good shrub that's critter resistant. It's so it's just a shrub. It's not a tree, and it also, you might have the expectation that it would have a reddish color because of in the fall, because it's a maple, but it actually turns kind of a yellow to maybe orange tones in the fall. But it's a beautiful shrub that can take some shade as well. Big Western sage is, because it's so aromatic, it is really great against critters. Blue flax is, oh yeah, here's another good one from seed, blue flax. And it's good. Most critters will leave that alone. Columbines tend to be in this category because they are slightly toxic, but this is one of those plants that is critter resistant in one area and gets hammered in another area. And so it just depends on whether the critters in your area have discovered it and taught each other how to eat columbines, because it's not toxic enough to do them in. Blanket flower is also, I've never had anything eat that with all the different wildlife that I've had in my yard. Lupins, again, because they're slightly toxic, they tend to, and they're also not particularly palatable, they tend to be fairly critter resistant. And then here's a list of other ones. So, and then I'll also try to put another list into the, as a link in the resources that I send you later. So, a lot of people say, well, I can't grow natives because, I've got my HOA, or because I don't want that, informal cottage garden-y look. So I just want to kind of point out that you can actually use some natives in, more formal settings. So you could use serviceberry in kind of like this, hedgerow that it, would be like a formal type hedgerow. And again, you have the more seasons of interest. And then red twig dogwood, you can surprisingly use, like, here it is used in a very formal garden design with some sedges. And, here it is sheared as a formal like box type hedge. And so, and you can see the beautiful red fall color with the dogwood. So, so dogwoods have a lot more flexibility than you might think. Aspen daisy are often, very nicely used, so some of these could be, like the more even stealth natives, which are what I would say natives that, would be suitable no matter where you're growing them, that you would never have any HOA complaints, for them. And certainly the aspen daisy would fit into that category. That's also the showy daisy we talked about earlier, lots of different common names. Rocky Mountain juniper could be used. So this is at the Centennial Park in Elitches. And so you could, so if some of the cultivars can be, quite formal looking and be used, planted. So some of it is just like how you plant plants can make them look, and be used in a formal setting or not. So switchgrass is a great example of that. So here it is. It can be a very casual looking plant, but then when you plant it in very discrete blocks kind of together and, discrete spacing, you can make it look very formal and very modern looking. And blue spruce can be, used everywhere, can be in a very formal setting. There's also, if you don't have room for a full-size blue spruce, you can also use some of the dwarf ones, such as dwarf globe. Shrubby cinquefoil can also be planted as a more formal sort of hedgy type thing and sheared, or you can let it sprawl out. But this is very commonly used like by a lot of different in front of stores where it's pretty low maintenance and you want to have like a tidy, nice flowering look. And yuccas, I love this use of yuccas. I mean, I love yuccas, but I think this is a really cool use where you just, plant them in a very, formal situation and take advantage of all their architectural interest. And so what a cool thing. I mean, I think yuccas look great in any garden, but I think that's a very cool design. All right, and then how am I doing on time? Oh, I'm still doing good. Okay, so some natives So you may not think of natives as being particularly fragrant plants, but we actually do have quite a few natives that are fragrant. And these include the sand verbena. So this would be a plant that would only do well in, sort of sandy situations, but it has, nice big flowers with this beautiful vanilla type fragrance. Chocolate flower, which is a plant selection. And this is a great plant. It'll do well in both sandy and clayey soils. And it has these yellow flowers that do smell like chocolate in the, especially in the morning. And they smell sort of like Hershey's Kisses. They're great. And they're also a beautiful plant. Just the flowers themselves are beautiful. Northern bedstraw, which is a bit hard to find and probably better at higher elevations, has these white clusters of flowers that kind of have this sweet smell to them. And this was one of the plants that they used to stuff bed ticks with, so back in the days when, you just had the bed and you just stuffed it with grass or straw or whatever. This was one of the plants that was used to help make it a little bit sweeter smelling. Evening primrose, so our white tufted evening primrose and the pale evening primrose both have white flowers that are fragrant in the evenings and attract, the night flying creatures like moths will come to them. Palmer's penstemon has very faintly fragrant flowers. So this is kind of cheating just a little bit, but it is one of our only, I think it is our only fragrant penstemon. And it does kind of have this nice, on a hot day, it has this nice, lightly sweet smell to it. American plum I love. It has just such a good smell to it. It blooms early in the spring and it smells so fantastic that I can't even imagine spring without smelling it numerous times. And I've been known to stop a car and get out and smell the American plum. So, and I couldn't grow it up in Gilpin County because it's too hot. You can't grow it up at 9,000 feet. Its upper elevational range is about 7,000 feet. So I'm happy to be at lower elevations where I can have plums around me. Plus, you can actually eat the plums. They range in flavor from, kind of mealy to really tart and lovely. You'd never eat them fresh, but they're great for cooking with if you get the sort of tart kind. And then a wafer ash, also known as hop tree, has fragrant white or sort of yellowish flowers in the spring. And these, how fragrant it is really varies depending on the individual and the time of day. But when you get the really fragrant individuals at the right time of day, that scent just wafts and it smells kind of like like an orange blossom almost. They also are a nice small patio tree that turns a lovely shade of yellow in the fall. And cliff rose, this one is tough to find, and it's a native to the western slope, but it has these, beautiful yellow flowers, and when they're, pretty prolifically blooming, you can, smell them widely around a valley. And golden currant, so this one, there's some taxonomic confusion with golden currants, and so they are now, at least with Jennifer Ackerfield's flora, they're all lumped under Ribes aureum. But she has, so there's some of the golden currants, or the currants that are yellow in color, have a very faint fragrance, and some of them have a very, very strong clove fragrance. And so these ones may be Ribes aureum subspecies villosum. You'll most commonly find it in a nursery as Ribes odoratum, but sometimes you'll find it as Ribes aureum. There's a lot of taxonomic confusion about it. If you want it for fragrance, I would recommend either going with one of the named varieties like Crandall's clove currant or Gwen's buffalo berry. If you're just growing it for the beautiful yellow flowers and the berries and the red foliage, it doesn't matter. But if you want to, if you want it for that clove fragrance, which does waft in a wonderful way, either go to a nursery when it's blooming, or again, get one of the named varieties. I'm losing my voice. Okay, Woods rose or any of our native roses, there's 2 other species, also has a beautiful fragrance in the springtime. It also has, lovely red hips and can turn a beautiful red fall color. And that brings us into natives for fall color, because a lot of people are like, Colorado doesn't have doesn't have beautiful fall colors, but I would disagree. And we even have, of course, we have our absolutely fantastic aspen stands that are glorious, but we also have other natives that can provide fall color. And some of them are surprising, like this leafy cinquefoil. This is an easy to grow from seed flower, and it, very commonly, blankets the lower foothills, but then the leaves turn a nice reddish color in the fall. And our native Virginia creeper. So we've got the Virginia creeper that is more commonly grown, which also turns a beautiful red fall color, but we do have a native Virginia creeper that turns a beautiful fall red, probably hard to find, but if you can find it, this would be, has also good berries for birds and is good for, covering up fences and things like that. 9-bark will also turn beautiful fall reds and has nice white flowers in the springtime. Chokecherry, which we've talked about before, has white flowers in the spring and then turns nice reds in the fall and also produces berries. Also is one of the best habitat plants that you can grow. I think I said that before. And Gamble oak. So the this is, again, one of the plants that you want to have outside of your, fire area, but it can turn beautiful shades of red in the fall on some falls. Some falls, it just goes kind of straight to brown, but it's also just a great habitat tree. So it provides acorns and other kinds of things for birds, and it provides, roosting spots. And so this can be a nice tree if you're not in a fire prone area, or to grow outside of your, the first 30 feet in a fire prone area. The sumacs provide some of the best red colors. So the best red in Colorado is the smooth sumac. So this is Rus glabra. And it just turns fire engine red, is absolutely spectacular, and is, just a really beautiful plant. However, it grows rhizomatously, so this would not be a plant that you'd want to plant in a small garden, or you are going to be fighting it forever. So this would be a plant you could plant if you have like an open space situation and you have room for it to sprawl. The 3-lobe sumac maybe doesn't turn quite as brilliant in the fall, but it does not spread by rhizomes, and it also does have some nice berries. And mountain ash, I love mountain ash. So this is not an actual ash tree, it's in the rose family, believe it or not. And this is probably a little bit better at higher elevations. It's also a bit hard to find, but if you can find it, I love it. It has white flowers in the spring. Here it is, was growing outside of my house in Gilpin County. And I looked forward to every fall when I just get this whole, range of oranges and reds and purples. And oh my gosh, it was so beautiful. And then it does have, orangish berries that are good for birds later on. Okay, that is the end. I will take any questions. We got done a few minutes early.
Irene, I suggested to this person they cross-reference the other lists you gave, but since you have time for a question, they wanted plant suggestions, native plant suggestions for clay in the shade.
Wait, for what?
Clay soil.
Oh, clay and shade. I would say that the wild strawberry could grow. I would say probably the Mahonia repens could grow. I would say, probably you don't want to be, if you have clay and shade, you don't want to be watering very much, because, it'll hold enough water that it might just rot plants. And so I would go with the dry clay soils. Let's see, what else might work as dry or clay shade? It's possible that that mountain lover, the Paxistema mercenites, might also work.
All right, well, not seeing any other questions. It's been a long day, Irene, and you have done an amazing job of packing in so much information. Thank you so much for the time and energy that it took to put this all together. I know that you've given this talk for years, but it was geared a little bit differently to primarily the mountain communities. And so thanks for shaking it up and creating those handouts too. I think that's going to be really helpful for people for actually years to come. So I think that's going to serve its purpose. Thanks to Kurt and Yvette for spending the day with us as well. And thanks to all of you. And if you're watching this via recording, you can still complete the evaluation. And if you're here with us live, of course you can complete the evaluation. And I've put it in the chat box as well. So thanks for all of your time and energy today from everyone across the board. This has been just an amazing webinar. I certainly learned things, and I'm sure everyone else on here did as well.